Hi everyone, this is Luna, and welcome to my channel, Moonlight Tea Tarot. Today's pick a card reading was planned, and then all those plans kind of got rummaged around by spirit. It was definitely very divinely led. A lot of these piles, well, all of the groups actually had an element of transformation, whether it's like on the brink of one or post transformation. So I did all of these on a separate day, and you might notice if you watch different ones, there's actually different decks and different oracle cards that I'm using, so there's really no rhyme or reason, but somehow it all fell together exactly the way it was meant to, which is just such a beautiful metaphor for how anything spiritual works. Like, there's no timeline, like, you get one thing before the other, even though you feel like it should be flipped around. Like, everything is exactly how it's meant to be and exactly how it's meant to happen. So, because of these transformations, some of you are receiving psychic gifts, intuition gifts, and there's at least one that's more of a grounded, more of like quote unquote earthly, because to me, everything is spiritual, right? Like, even if you don't really feel or think like you are, so it's like more material gifts. Um, and most, like, I think every single group in here has like almost like next level confidence because of this transformation and because of what it's bringing them, or bringing you. And with that being said, I'm excited to get into your pick a pile. However, I will forewarn you, it's not that big a deal, but I got these cards halfway through the reading because they were pulling at me and calling my name, and I was like, I have so many already. I don't need any more, but it's like, no, buy me. Or like, I put them in my cart, and then I was like, no, and then I went to like the store and I looked at them, and then I bought a different set of. It was just like, it was a journey, and I hope you who find this reading were meant to, and that you get everything you ever needed or ever need right now or want from it. So, um, I do feel like this was a labor of love, but everything I do is a labor of love, and I really hope it reflects that. So, once you get to your group and you're like, wait, hold on, these cards weren't in there, um, that's just how it happened. And okay, well, I think I said all I needed to say for the intro, so just let's get into the pick a pile group card part of this reading. Um, so for group one, I used the Mind's Eye Tarot, and we have this really gorgeous piece of quartz, I believe. It's got a little bit of smoky quartz. I actually found this on the, well, yeah, I did find it on the side, on the mountain, somewhere in California. And there were a bunch of really cool pieces of like quartz and other ones. Some with like Yeah, I can't remember, but this was covered in dirt, and then I soaked it for a while. You can still kind of see the clay and the mud, but yeah, I think she's gorgeous. And I took her on a plane trip with me where it's like literally I just had all, like, I didn't take too many, but I had like 4 pieces that I'd found that I was like, they wanted to come with me. Um, and I was really hoping someone was like, "What do you got in there, rocks?" And I'm like, yes. No one did, but that's okay. I just made that joke for myself, and that was good enough. Anyway, so yeah, this piece of quartz. And for your oracle card from the Venice Witch Oracle, for you we have magic with the number 11. I do love the illustrations on these. And then for group 2, I don't have a story about this one, I'm sorry, but she's just as gorgeous. We have this really pretty quartz. It's a tiny bit smoky. It's got a little bit of smokiness. I think these are all different variations from smoky except for this one. I want to eat this one. It looks like rock candy, but it's not. But that's a good thing, because if it was, I don't think it would hold up for too long a period of time. And for your oracle card, we have abundance with the number 8. Oh, interesting. I said I wanted to eat that, and look at all this food. Well, it's just, that looked like cake for a sec there. I hope you can see it. And for group 3, we have this very smoky quartz. I've had this one for quite a while. I always forget how many I have that I bought over the years. And your oracle card is your guides with the number 19. Or one guide. And for group 4, we have this clear quartz. Oh, I totally, okay. Forgot. I'm like, I'm not gonna redo this. But, so for group 4, we have renewal with the number 1. These are very cool cards. And I'm going to leave this in. I'm not going to redo this just to show that everything is perfectly perfect just the way it is. And if you know what group you're wanting, you can go ahead there. And since I'm kind of doing this in the moment now, I think I might grab an extra card from each of the tarot decks that I've used for your groups. If you're still kind of unsure, you can stick around, since I totally forgot in the moment to tell you what decks I'm using for which pile. So for group 1, I already mentioned the Mind's Eye Tarot. So we're going to grab an overall card. Okay, for my group 1, Spirit, since you're the one leading here, what card would you like to show group number 1? We have the 7 of Pentacles. I love this deck so much. Oh, and the Queen of Wands showed up as well. I saw her just a second ago when I was shuffling, so she wanted to say hi. She or they. And then for group 2, we have, I use the Tarot of Mystical Moments. Okay, Spirit. Group 2. What card are we using for group 2? I love that I'm actually seeing cards from the reading. They're just, ooh, that one flew out. We have the Page of Cups. It's almost like she's sitting at this table. Like, don't drink the fish though. She's hanging out with her fish. And they're having a little party. Her and her little fishy. That is okay. And then for group 3, I used the Dungeons and Dragons tarot deck. Or your guides made me buy this deck. They didn't make me do anything. I really wanted this deck for this reading specifically. But not really. I was gonna purchase it anyway. It came a little faster, that's all, or I went and I picked it up. Okay, so Spirit Group 3, what card would you like for them to pick by? Whoop. Another fish. 5 of Wisdom. And then for group 4, I used the Unveiling the Golden Age tarot deck. I can't riffle shuffle these, they're too thick. we have the rainbow portal. I like that portal. I'd go through that portal. So, go ahead and pick your piles if you haven't already, but you probably won't be here anymore, so I appreciate y'all sticking around for this extra little bit, extra little information, and I will see you at your group. Hi there, group number ones. If you chose this really beautiful piece of quartz, I think it's got a little bit of smoky quartz in it that I actually picked up from a mountain somewhere in California when I was visiting my brother in Tehachapi, I believe. Yeah. I felt weird about saying that. Like where I got it from. And the Mind's Eye Tarot, then this will be your reading. So yeah, what I'm already picking up is you're a little hesitant to share too much personal information. I don't know if it's just because of like your family or like people you feel like it's not your place to share, but we'll find that out in your reading. So we're gonna first look at your energy to make sure you chose the right pile. And then we're gonna see what ability is already here / coming in for you. It's always, I mean, it's already within you. It's just something that kind of gets unlocked. And for me, usually, the way it gets unlocked is by just seeing what's already there and what you've already been doing. So we're gonna look at this ability. We're gonna see kind of what it does, how it acts, and then possibly also see how it's always been there. And I think the more that it gets noticed, the more you affirm that you're actually doing something, the stronger it gets, because the more attention you're paying to it. You have a very calm energy, because I'm still kind of wired, but like at least I'm feeling more soothed and able to speak better. Yeah, I just noticed repositioning this pyrite, which I'm thinking it's because of like the fact that you might be very very perceptive. I want to say organized. You might not always be organized, but you do like to organize things, make it nice and tidy, visually pleasant. Like if you have time and the ability to do so, of course, because I've met many people that are very organized, but sometimes there's just so much chaos that when you go to their home or like you see their surrounding, it is not like that. Take that as it resonates. So with all of that being said, let's get into your energy check. And I have a feeling whatever is unlocking for you is probably going to come through before I even try to get into it. So first we have supernatural with the number 39, inexplicable, miraculous, and otherworldly. We have the king. This is fire with control, reversal, and reversal of fortune. We have the witch with experimentation and rebellion. We have coffin with the number 8. That's funny because I was actually holding back on trying to cough right before I started. I'm like, how did I have this? Okay. Yeah, y'all are definitely very particular. I believe. We have the stork with the number 17, which reduces to 8 as well, so that's 2 8s. We have the 9 of cups, and then we also have the whale. I hope you can see all these. And 39 reduces to 12, which reduces to 3. Okay. You have a lot of water energy. There's a lot of water here. But air also. Even though it's not in. Well, I'm getting air from the store card. I think I'd also like to get your astrology dice, if I can find where I put them. There they are. Neptune. That tracks. The number 10, or the 10th house, which I believe is Capricorn. And Aries, interesting. Water vapor. With the water and fire. But 10th house is also Earth, which is career. Or your midheaven. So you might have a Pisces midheaven and Neptunian midheaven. An Aries midheaven, which would make you a Cancer rising, which that kind of tracks with all the water I'm seeing here, but this is also giving, well, with the fish, it's very Piscean. Because I'm not seeing that Cancerian shell. I can see it within. There is like a little egg here. Okay. Well, with all that being said, you seem like you have kind of come out of a dark period of the soul. I was gonna say dark night of the soul, but for some reason that feels kind of like I'm not doing it justice here. Or it's like it's not a dark night, it's been a dark couple of however long. I hope not years. I would believe it. But it just seems like you're a very sensitive person. And with sensitive, I mean like energetically sensitive. And I want to say very emotional, but I have a feeling that a lot of your emotions that you have had to deal with throughout your life were not of your own. It's Especially when I look at her, like she looks so soft and innocent. But then here with the king and the witch, the coffin, and even the whale, like they're all very, like it's giving a lot of strength. So, like I am getting like a lot of like steadfastness here, and perhaps thinking that you've always been a very overly emotional person. However, they were never yours to begin with. And maybe that is something you're finally realizing. Like, especially with the stork here, it's like it's a new beginning, right? And it feels like you transmute. You transmute energies, which you've been doing your whole life. Um, Whether or not this is the ability that's coming in or not, we'll look into that. But I feel like you are coming out of a period of isolation. And it feels like you've always been more of a solitary person, um, thinking you had to always do it on your own. And I'm also getting like not wanting to burden people, which I am so sorry if like ever, I want to say had to feel that way, um, or that people made you believe that you had to feel that way, or that people made you feel like you had to, like, that you were a burden emotionally, even though it's kind of messed up, right? Because it's like you didn't want to be a burden, but then without knowing it, you've taken on everyone else's emotions, which is like such water first house energy to me. And here with like the king card, where it's like what you're trying to control, like you're trying to like keep, man, steadfast is really a word that I keep wanting to use here. Like emotionally like grounded, emotionally stable, like not showing your cards, not showing your vulnerability, like keeping it together, being this like role model, um, like very grounded, to actually coming into a place where you recognize what is yours, what is not, and understanding that there is help available. And that you are allowed to ask for it, and that there are people like you out there that want to help you, that have joy in helping you. And with the whale, it's like it's very, the whale always gives me a very like telepathic, communicative vibe. And like Neptune as well. Yeah, with like this Neptune here and all the water, like I feel like with people that have those types of placements, and maybe since this is the 10th house, it might be like in your career, in what you want to do, or like online, where it's like people put their identity, the ones that they want to give you, like they tell you who you are because like that's what they see. So it's like if they see you as this like vulnerable, soft, like energy, that's what they're gonna like put on you type thing. It's like they give you that title. Like the king here is where that title was given to you. But you did not give yourself that. Like you didn't, I don't want to, yeah, you probably didn't want that. Because with the king and the witch, right? Like that's kind of like the witch is like experimentation, rebellion against the stories people ascribe to you. By perhaps finding a community, a person, someone that lets you understand yourself and tell them who you are. Or even like sees through all of that and actually sees you for who you are, and mostly for who you are not. Especially the things that you were carrying that were like illusions, that were false. You might, I don't feel like you're a person that has a lot of like a big group of friends, but like you might have one or two really close people. And with the coffin and the stork, with this being the number 8 and this being the number 17, like the number 1 is like all about the selves, but it's also like a seed that's being planted. Um, and like the 7 is all about choices and where they lead. So it's like breaking out of the cycle of this number 8 into the 17, where you can like now write your own story and finding that 9 of cups, like your wish fulfillment, like you're on the way there. And with the supernatural here too, I feel like you were always a person that was, well, I've already mentioned like like you might have had like an imaginary friend when you were little, imaginary friend, quotation marks, like you might be highly psychic already. Where like even these fish, like, you know, they look like they could be things that other people don't see, which is maybe where that hesitation to reveal information came from. Because it's like you can't just, well, you can go around and tell everyone, but like I'm sure like growing up, if that's not supported, you start holding back because you don't want people to think certain things about you. Um, so it's kind of like wandering around in this like almost like fairy tale, but like a dark fairy tale. Um, and like not really being able to share that, and feeling isolated because of that. But I do truly think you're coming into a stage of your life, like this could be looked as like romantically or something, like being brought in for you, but I am seeing this as like you're finding one person, a couple of people like that are just like you, that you can finally be yourself around, that like talk about stuff like telepathy, um where it's like you don't have to feel like a supernatural being amongst like, I don't know why I want to say normies, um and like feel like an outcast and feel like you're even like not like a human amongst like just fish swimming around you, and it's like you don't know how to communicate with them. You have found at least one person that connects to you in this way, And I just noticed that these fish like have butterfly tails, which that's kind of cute. You might look very innocent to people. I am definitely getting very creative vibes here. Water and fire. Earth as well, perhaps. Very calm, though. Your energy is very calm. It's kind of nice. So yeah, so signs that I see here are like acorns, seeds being planted, like with the coffin here too. It's like it could be looked as it's dark, but it's like, you know, you plant the seed, and where does it go? It goes into the dirt, and then it gets watered, and then it becomes like a beautiful big giant oak tree that is so strong. But it's definitely like even family dynamics I'm kind of getting, like where it's like you're unlearning a lot of stuff, and but then with that unlearning of a lot of stuff, you're learning a lot of new stuff as well. It's like interesting, something just fell. It's like the little acorn that grew into the mighty oak. So it's like you're uncovering your potential, you're seeing yourself for who you truly are. And that's great. Because I'm not getting much sadness here. I'm just getting a feeling of just being misunderstood and not being able to relate. You might be getting into like herbalism, like folklore. Um, yeah, you might even have blue eyes or this. I mean, I feel like this would just kind of stand out for everyone, but for some reason, this one fish in the front has one really glowy eye. So you might have found a spark within and you're following that. Yeah. And the whale is very soft. It's funny because I like they communicate through water. Well, the way that they, yeah, it's gone. What I was trying to say. Let's see. Oh, yeah, so desire to delve deeper, profound peace and ancient wisdom, and that's definitely what I feel in your energy. It's like just that peace and uncovering that wisdom that was always there. The whale represents profound emotional health and stability. Whale personalities are not afraid of emotional expression or traversing difficult terrain, as they've overcome many challenges in their life. These experiences have enriched them, given them stability, strength, and depth that is rare. Whale energy is usually linked to the feminine forces of compassion and communication. We can depend on whale personalities when all else seems lost, and trust them to be a beacon in our darkest hour. So when in balance, calm, steady, and deeply compassionate, and that's definitely how I feel in your energy. And I might just stay here forever and take a nap. There was something else coming through. Oh, yeah, okay, with the emotion, right? Where it's like there's that idea of like people that are highly emotionally aware and evolved can sometimes come off like they don't have emotions, but here's the thing, it's like they understand them, right? Hmm. Yeah, like they think before they speak. Um, and that doesn't mean you don't feel them. And it doesn't mean you're intellectualizing them. It's like you're comfortable with them. So when something comes up, you understand its feedback, you get through it, and then you act, right? It's like there's passion here, but it's a calm passion. Mm-hmm. It's like a steady drive. Like it's not volatile, it's not reactive. Um, and it's like you can have a conversation that might be hard to have with other people. Or what was it? Yeah, but you're able to do so really well. Um, so it's like maybe you might not show the emotion visibly, but like you can understand it at like such a complex level, which is like there's no hierarchy. And I think that's something that you would say as well. Um, but the whale is like the last card, I believe, in the water like suit. So it's like the most highly evolved of the element of water, of emotion, of but also psychic abilities. And water is healing as well. So let's get into I'm curious to see what the ability that is coming in for you. I'm also getting like you would make a really good um like a counselor, like someone that helps people. Good person, yeah, to talk to. I usually would say the word therapist, but it seems like there might have been some negative experiences with those, which I completely understand, but like a guide. Um, to help others in situations that they might have been in before. Um, yeah, and perhaps help them have an easier time. Okay, so let's see here. No, I want to keep this one here just because it feels so nice. Grab my decks. I'm going to pull a couple of cards from different oracle decks. So for group number 1, what ability are they uncovering at this moment in time? Okay. Destiny, there's the key. Interesting. A lot of them are coming out. But I'm getting knowledge as well. Um hmm. There's success and union here as well, but these two came out first, and with that, interesting. Because with those stork cards I was also getting, um union, but I didn't. So you might have a soulmate, or partner coming in. You might have achieved inner union, so like you're both your energies are balanced, like your feminine, your masculine are balanced, your yin, your yang, your giving, receiving, like your dark and light, you know, all of those, all of that layered. And it's interesting that I'm giving all those different like facets of it, because I think that is how you would understand it as well. It's like it's not just one thing, it's many things. No matter like how you identify, right? And honestly, I'm like, I will call upon your energy anytime I feel like I need to explain something, because you do it so well. You do it so well. Yeah. So I got distracted by how much I enjoyed. So you might actually, I wonder, you might enjoy listening to people explain something in a satisfying way, because I got very distracted by that. And now I keep saying, so that is interesting. And I keep wanting to go into this union thing and this soulmate, like me, for who I am, not your energy, but your energy keeps being like, no, no. And, So I think it's something you do have a knowing of, but it seems like you're kind of trying to distract yourself. Not distract, but it's kind of like knowing that constantly thinking about it isn't gonna do anything and isn't gonna make this go any further. So you're trying to focus on, yeah, your destiny that you want to uncover or go towards or create, and like the knowledge to get there, right? Okay, let's get some more info here. You might be looking into more esoteric stuff, different aspects of it. And it's kind of funny because it's like what ability is like coming online, is being unlocked, is being noticed. You probably see a lot of synchronicities. Definitely a good understanding of manifesting. With that Nine of Cups as well and the wish fulfillment. So we have the number 2. And 3 with the Harry Potter kaleidoscope glasses. It definitely feels very bookish, very studious, because I have rune cards that for some reason, in your case, I'm not feeling drawn to. My cat is meowing. I don't know if you can hear her. What ability is being unlocked for group number 1? Spirit guides. definitely get slow and steady wins a race here for y'all. What abilities? Whoop. Judgment. I love these cards so much. Okay. Ace of Pentacles. That's funny. The Ten of Cups. I can hear some of y'all. I can hear some of y'all be like, no, but like, yeah. But also no. I came here to see my magic. Like, what is my magic? What are my abilities? Oh. And here we got the Queen of Cups. I'm like, I don't know where to put this, but I just felt the urge to pull. So I'm like, any ability you want, honestly. Definitely manifesting. I'm very much seeing, yeah, manifesting. And then we have the Seven of Wands at the bottom of the deck, which I actually confused for the Eight of Wands for a sec. Or, no, is it interesting? Is it the Six of... Whichever the ones are, the word, like, it's coming in hot, it's coming in fast. I think the Seven of Wands is standing up. I don't think you like to look like you don't know what you're talking about, because I'm like getting in my own way for a sec. Eight of Wands. Okay. So it's the Eight of Wands. I don't remember which one I said. Okay, so... Yeah, I'm like, I don't even remember now. If I did actually say the Eight of Wands, but I did confuse that for the Eight of Wands there for a sec. So, I do think this is coming in really fast, whatever it is, that you are manifesting, which is most likely this Ten of Cups, like this happiness, the person that can understand you, like your wish fulfillment, your equal, your partner, not your other half, but two wholes becoming a team, right? And with this Judgment, it's definitely a lot of trials, and for some reason I keep just wanting to talk about your life. But this is all about your psychic abilities. This Judgment character yes, okay. I'm seeing, so you might have clear audience, hear things in your head. The Judgment card is also giving me that you are a channeler. So you can channel, you have the ability to channel. Maybe sometimes you're talking and, oh, that's why that happened. Okay, like, because I saw the Eight of Wands there, and then I kind of got in my own way of the channel by thinking. Because that's generally when I'm like thinking too much, it kind of stops the flow of it, and then I have to get back into it. So it's like you're able to challenge. What are we challenging here? The status quo. Okay, I'll just leave that there. But that's also a very good example of like that was channeling. I just said a word accidentally, which actually led me to something else. So please let me know what that's about, right? With the whole challenging of the status quo. Hmm. So yes, channel in. So sometimes you can just, when you're in a specific state, you'll start talking. Maybe sometimes you'll talk and you're like, I don't know why I'm saying this, but you're saying it for a reason. Because it's generally what that other person needs to hear. And I know a lot of the times that can be quite uncomfortable because I have been in that situation as well. And it's like you don't know why you're wanting to say it, you don't know why it pertains to anything because it's usually out of the blue. My cat wants to go outside right now, so I'm gonna go let her outside and I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Y'all are cozy. So you might be connected to, like, you channel a lot of information, so you might not even be like an avid researcher. Maybe it's just like random things will pop up in your head and you're like, how would I know that? And you have to like, you'll look it up and you're like, oh, like that was actually true. That was, somehow I knew that and I don't know how. It's because you're connected to a higher, like a, you're connected to the other. Like you walk between, between realms. You see beyond, you see behind the illusions, the projections. You've peeled off a lot of layers. Destiny is like, I've heard it being described as like your core of who you are, and it's like everything's peeled off and nothing is left but your true center, your true soul. You, without what everyone else has like told you, which is something that I was, yeah, okay. So with the two card here, which is balance, um it's also, for some reason, alchemy is coming in. So you, yeah, you alchemize energies. It's having the correct proportions of one and another. So it's like I'm getting like the balance between, because we have the sun and the moon here. Like sun, light and dark. You don't see good or bad. You have come to the realization that everything is, and that's it, right? It just is. Um, the ones that call out to me here is like, all, oh, the moon, my love, you hold secrets so tight you can barely breathe, and still your own light is like no other. So it's the secret thing. I'm hearing you hold the keys to the universe. You don't share unless you feel like you're called to, unless you understand it is time to. I'm like, there's a part of me that's like, why are you even here? Why are you even here in this reading? And maybe that's true, because here's the thing. I said, why are you even here? And I'm like, no, 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 not like that. I meant, why are you here in this reading? So perhaps you have come, or you're coming out of this, like, where you just speak and you have accidentally said things that were meant one way, but people have taken it another way. So that's where that caution comes in, right? Because you've noticed how you can accidentally say something that triggers people. However, you're kind of meant to do that. but it is definitely up to you whether or not you wish to, because that's not always the most fun thing. It's not always the most, like, it's not always the best for our nervous system, right? When you're constantly triggering people, when you're constantly showing them the darker sides of themselves, like the shadow part of themselves, which you seem to have integrated, and you understand it, and you have accepted your shadow, and you can see how it is just a part of you, right? And it's your choice whether or not you want to lean into it or not. Like, you can see when it could benefit you, and you could see when it can destroy, which sometimes destruction is necessary for something new to come out. And that number 17 is coming in again, with the 7 being one of the numbers of choices and luck, because we make our own luck, right, through the choices that we make. It's that new beginning where it's like, instead of you being controlled by it, you're harnessing it and you're wielding it. Kind of like in the 7 of Wands, I can see, where this character isn't using a lot of force to stand up for themselves. Like, they're connected to a higher power, which they also understand as a part of themselves, because it's within, it's not outside of them. This is you to you, by the way, because I have the capability to talk like this and speak like this, but it doesn't always come out so poetic. Where it's like, they don't have to put so much effort into it anymore, because they understand they don't really have to force things. And then just the energy that is coming from this place is enough to have that protection, where it's like, you don't have to battle physically anymore. You're just so connected and so um knowing of yourself that you can just stand there and nothing can really touch you, right? Those protections can't touch you anymore, because you're so secure within you. There keeps wanting to be another energy that wants to come in, that is a counterpart, a partner, and I don't think you're with them yet. I believe you might be with them in the ether. My head is tingling right now. So you definitely know this, it just hasn't shown up here yet. And I'm just gonna say this to confirm it, because I think it's something you already know. But me telling you will just give you that extra little confirmation that I'm like, you don't need it, but it's nice. And it's because you perhaps have realized that it's I lost it again. It's gone. This might happen to you, where it's like you're talking and then you overthink it, and then it's gone. It's okay. It comes back. So your ability is definitely channeling a lot of information, a lot of knowledge. You know what to say exactly when. The trick is to not force it. That's one of the things. It's like, but it will always come back. If you feel like you've lost it, you didn't, because you are connected. Sometimes it just takes a little minute for it to return. So when you're channeling and you're talking and you're saying something that you're meant to, like, you have a message for a person, and they're open and willing to receive it, and you feel like you've hit a block, oh, um, you didn't. Just take a breath, and be okay with not going back there. Generally, that's when it'll come back, and if it doesn't, that's okay. That just means like you've said enough in a sense. Because when I channel, a lot of times I don't even remember what I said. Like there's been times where I have, and I feel like I'm feeling weird about talking about myself, but I know this is helpful information. So this, you might also feel like this, but here's the thing: people are, through your own experiences, you're gonna give people valuable information. Like you're not talking about yourself, you're giving them something that like they need to hear. You're not being conceited or self-absorbed or whatever, any of those things. Like you are giving them priceless, useful, valuable information, and they, I see, it's like I can't even say they should be honored, because you would never say that. It would be an honor to receive that. I'm just gonna put myself on the other side, like as the person receiving it. If you were the one, like they would be honored to receive that, because it is priceless. You're, yeah, like you've always had like a very keen, fine-tuned like third eye, but I think it's just like coming online more. Like you're just being more aware of it, and the more that you use it, the stronger that it gets. And you might be going through like some upgrades, so like your energy level might go up and go down type thing. And that's just like whenever it's down, it's just like things are integrating. So like whenever you feel like you're not connected, it's not because you're not, it's just because like you're going through fine-tunements, attunements, and that's generally when we feel a little bit more disconnected. So it's important to note that, even though it's uncomfortable, because you might be more comfortable in that space and being quote unquote like tapped in. Yeah. Then here it says put on the glasses but don't forget to take them off. Because you have the ability to switch between regular world, so quote unquote 3D, and then like the, I believe we're, the goal is for all of us to move into, which is into the 5D, right? You go between the 3D and the 5D, where it's like, I'll say a lot of times, it's like, oh, I'm so human today. I feel so human. I have all these emotions. Like I'm reacting like a human, and then like you'll be in that other state where you're just like the way that I'm feeling now, where you feel cool, calm, collected. You feel like you're a little um fairy god being, like sprinkling wisdom everywhere you go. That's normal, because it's like you go back and forth, because like I'm believing like as a collective now, what we're doing is like we're going back and forth so we can like try and help people and pull them out of the 3D and like show them what the 5D is all about. And maybe because I hope that I'm talking about something that like you already know about. If not, I'm sure it'll all click at a certain point. But it's like, yeah, believe in the magic that is right in front of you. It's right there. You have the vision. You're able to see different worlds. You're a dreamer. You might see 333. I'm getting visionary as well. So the the psychic ability that is, yeah, all of them. But channeling is definitely top one, and I'm also and it's like you bring like the other world, other world, otherworldly, you bring the unseen into the scene through what you speak about, what you write about, how you interact with people, how you give them little nuggets of wisdom. I think a lot of times, like, you'll hear stuff, or like you should do this, or not should, but like feel pulled to certain things, certain places, and you wouldn't really know why. It's like it's important to follow that, right? Mm-hmm. And you bring, yeah, you bring the knowledge that is the light. You bring solutions, you bring keys to unlock that cage that people feel trapped and controlled in. You're here to unlock a lot of stuff for people energetically and verbally as well. And it is very important to believe in yourself and to know that this is what you're doing. Mm-hmm. And you will have help. You'll have help with a partner. Whether this is like, because this could be romantic, right? But like for some people, like if that is not what you're looking for, like it's a friendship. It's like, yeah, it's 10 of Cups. It's emotional fulfillment. It's love. Love comes in many different forms. You might already have someone like this in your life, but I think for some of you, there is someone coming in. And with the Judgment too, it's like you do kind of test people in a sense. And I do believe that's important to know that, like, if there's times where you feel like you're acting not like yourself, there is a reason for that. And it's to almost act in a certain way to pull something out of them, like to pull out. Oh, and that's where that the rebirth, like the death, like the coffin and the store comes in, right? As well, it's like you come into someone's life, or like you talk to someone, and you potentially trigger them, and it kind of, the way that I'm seeing is like it pulls out um, that energy that is within them that is needing to be cleared out. And then once you realize that is what you're doing, the information will flow out of you that will give them that healing, so then that energy can dissipate. So with that as well, like, because there's something, because this is also like, it is a part of your ability, right? Like you are an emotional healer in that way through that channeling. Like you unlock the shell that people wear. You unlock their armor, you take it off by first coming in, triggering something within another, and then giving them something solid, a new energy to work with, instead of whatever it is that was pulled out of them, right? That will take them to a place of this 10 of Cups that they can then achieve. because this Queen of Cups also just looks like they're offering tea, like, to this Ten of Cups energy. Because I see Judgment as you, I see Queens of Cups as you, and this being as well. So it's kind of like you're very like, I don't like the term shapeshifter because it's not a trickster. I mean, it is kind of like trickster energy, but in a sense for like a loving one. It's like for everyone's benefit, right? And I think like you're so selfless and you're so kind, because this whole reading has just been about like how you can use your ability to help others. And like the thought just came into my head that I'm just like, well, what about them, right? Like what about group one? You know, um, but you can use this for yourself, and maybe this is why like what about your Ten of Cups? So I do believe I would like to give you the advice of like, as much as you want to give to others, you can give this to yourself. Um, this gift will become stronger when you pour into yourself first and give yourself these things, because everything that I just said that you can do for another, you do for yourself as well. Um, like you are, like I'm hearing like a divine problem solver, but first use this to solve your own problems. And the way to do this is when something happens that you don't like maybe this counterpart, right? I think you've come to a place. Yeah, I'm gonna put that there because that's where it feels right. Because I know this King of Pentacles is there. Which is like Capricorn, Taurus, Virgo. But King of Pentacles is ruled by Capricorn. Um, so it's like if there is another person in your life, like if something does happen to take you out of the space that you are in, that like I'm reading right now, that's very cool, calm, collected, like where it's like you deserve the world, like you deserve everything. And you give that to yourself, right? But it doesn't come from you. It's like you're also unlocking this armor and taking it off of yourself first. So you can be this version of you. And that's like using all of like that channeling, that divine, like that knowledge that doesn't come from our brains, but it comes from an outside source, whether it's like a spirit guide, um, or like a deity. There's a lot of moon energy, so it's like more of like the darker goddesses like Hecate and Lilith, and like the divine dark mothers, um, lunar forces, the ones that reflect. Lost my train of thought again because I was trying to talk about how you can help yourself with this. So, like, unlocking that armor for yourself first and manifesting what you want through this knowledge, because you hold those keys, you have that information. Um, where it's like whenever there are obstacles, it's generally a message, and then showing something about ourselves that we still have a hidden deep down ingrained, and I like to call it coding because it's less personal, so it's like kind of like a program, right, where there's bugs in there, and it's like misconception. So it's like you just kind of like smooth it out, like put in like the new program, put in the new belief system. And for me, programming sounds a lot easier because it's just like codes, right? Energetic codes. And I think what will come online, if you don't already have it, is a way to do that. So that's like energy healing. Um, yeah, or through meditation or through mantras, and then seeing those like still limiting beliefs that are there, or even if like you know that they're like the concept, but it just hasn't like clicked yet, like where when things come up. Yeah, I think I'm going too much into it. I'm starting to over explain here, which I don't think that's really. It's just as much as you give to others, give to yourself. Unlock your own stuff before you. But I don't think like that is a choice for you as well. Because I think you get just pulled and pushed like by your guides and by source and everything. Um, and yeah, because we have the moon here as well, so you're very intuitive. It's very much like it's in your brain, but it's not at the same time. So it's like you know how to quiet your mind. And when there are no thoughts, that's when the information, the energy starts flowing. And like there's a lot of water here, so like I think it probably comes through big time is like when you're interacting with a lot with water, like taking a shower, taking a bath, even drinking water. Like I do see you can put like your intentions and your focus into like the tea that you drink, the water in the morning. So like water healing is coming through as well. Um, and then because here we have the Eight of Cups. I'm like Eight of Cups, Ace of Cups. With that water healing. And Four of Swords is like you might get a lot of information in your dreams or after you sleep. You set that intention. Yeah, that's definitely like I'm seeing spirit guides and everything. It's kind of like they're protecting you in your sleep from these Three of Swords. There's Three of Swords here, and then there's one underneath. So like, it's almost like things happen in your dream state. So it's like you get information in your dream state, or like you might wake up with an epiphany. You might wake up like you could even set your intention of like, I realize I still have this belief within me. I would like it to go away. And then they're like, bet. Now I'm coming through. And then like your guides and stuff are like, bet. And then you sleep, and they get rid of these stabby thoughts. And you feel like a new person. You also might do a lot of like spiritual work during your sleep, so you might do spirit realm travel like during your sleep. Um, yeah, you might go to different worlds, like you might face a lot of stuff in your dreams. Just know that is actually something you're doing, you're healing, because like that's a lot of times like a safe way to interact with. Yeah, I know I'm saying this for a reason, like darker stuff. Um, so it's like, know you're always protected when you sleep. So I don't know if you've had nightmares or used to have a lot of my nightmares. Set to, like, before you go to bed, just talk to your guides, be like, hey, um, I like to be protected. You're always protected though. Um, There's another one. It's like, you know, when you like wake up but you're still asleep, and like the word's not even coming through right now, so it's like I don't think you gotta, that's nothing that I even need to go over. Like it's like I'm getting stopped there. So you definitely, I do believe you have the ability to channel 100%, because there's things that are happening as I am channeling, um that is making me explain my process. So it's like sometimes you'll feel a stop and you feel like you can't go anymore. It's because it's like that's you don't need to go there. Um, you don't need to talk about that. And so you pivot to another subject. Nine of Pentacles. Six of Pentacles. Okay. Ace of Swords. So yeah, you get a lot of clarity in your dream state, dream being, when you're meditating. I'm hearing like delta frequency. You can look that up if you'd like to. Six of Pentacles, I'm seeing like it's given. So it's like, yeah, you get info, you get concepts, you get inspiration in different states, in altered states, sleeping, awake, meditation, or even when you're just vibing and you're going with that flow, right? The currents, the energies, and then you chill with it for a while. You're in your own energy, you're in your own happiness, you're content, you're complete, you're good, you're thriving, vibing, and then you can kind of be this earthly version of a guide to yourself and others, and kind of help lead everyone towards their destiny. Yeah, that's what you're doing right now. So towards like wish fulfillment. Through voice, through speaking. You also get confirmation through goosebumps, because that came through earlier, and your head might start tingling as well. And there's definitely someone that's either already helping you, who's like a physical being, or they're coming in. No matter what this looks like, whether they are, yeah, I've already got into that with like whether they're the divine counterpart, whether they're a friend, whether, yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Is there anything else here? So yeah, and I just I was playing around with the cards, and then with the Three of Wands here, like I'm definitely, it's like you have a vision, or you will have one. You might not see the whole picture yet, but that's where that channeling's coming in. where it's like you get little tiny pieces of the puzzle because all of it will be too big at once, right? So it's like knowing that this is all coming from like your higher self, from somewhere, and trusting that, and it's like step by step you're going forward towards the sun, to your destiny, to your Four of Wands, to your Ten of Cups, right? And I see you almost like, without even knowing it, um, like it's like a magnet, like you're a magnet, and it's like pulling people with you, even though like you can't see them, and they might even not, they might not even know that you're doing it, but they're like following your light. So it's like you don't even have to try. You just focus on the path before you, and you will automatically pull the people that are meant to with you in like varying degrees. So one might be like pretty far behind you, you know, you don't even have to like interact with them, but like you're just doing that and you're going towards like a bigger, better, brighter future. And I think that's beautiful. I love that. I love that for you, pile one. I love that the Nine of Swords. I'm like, we don't need to take that. And I think that's you. I think you're like, no. I'm not entertaining those thoughts. I'm not doing it. Yeah, I think that's really all I have for you. Well, it was an honor. I don't say this usually, but I'm just gonna go with it. It was an honor for reading for you, group number one. I hope this helped. If you have any questions, just put it in the comments and I will do my best to answer. And yeah, it's like I can't say anything that I don't need to be saying, because I was about to be like, if anyone comes towards you in the comments that's like, or like that is pretending to be me, I can't even, it like there's a stopper there. So just know that when that happens, it's not you, it's just a redirection. But with that being said, I hope you all have a beautiful day, probably night, because you feel like a night owl, month, week, life. And yeah, thanks for letting me be in your energy and vibing here for a little bit. And I hope to see you in the next video. Like and subscribe if you enjoyed this. And I'm going to go to bed now and do everything else tomorrow. So, goodbye! Hi, group number two. If you picked the Tarot of Mystical Moments, then this is your reading. It seems like, so yeah, usually I start with going into the reading by picking up some stuff without looking at the cards. However, there's like a certain silence. You might feel a little disconnected from spirit, source, God, the universe, whoever, whatever energies you believe in. Yeah, it's like awfully quiet. And there's like a feeling of a disconcern in a way, like you're reaching for something that you're not sure of what it is, what you're even reaching for, what you're even looking for. I also feel like I can't breathe very well. Like a little bit suffocated. However, I am feeling called to tell you that that feeling of disconnect doesn't mean that you're not connecting. It's just that there's some stuff going on behind the scenes that you're just not aware of yet. And it's almost like if you were constantly like reaching out for it and connecting, like it would just make it take longer. So that's like for your advantage. Um, just so like things can like speed up a little bit, because like I do feel like you're on like the verge of like going through a doorway, a threshold, right? It's like that feeling of like something's about to happen. And there's like a sense of nervousness with it, and it's like you're trying to figure it out. However, like you're not really going to be able to. The idea of me trying to get to my work today, and my client kept like asking me questions and like, is it here, is it there? It's like where they could literally just figure it out themselves, you know? It's like they kept asking me instead of like going to either like the website or like looking up the address, or because they'd been there before, which I thought was interesting. It's like if you already knew where you're going, why do you keep asking me? And it's like it kept like it actually made me be late because I kept having to stop and give them answers that they were fully capable of finding on their own. And then they showed up 30 minutes early, which they did already tell me. I wasn't stressed out about the whole ordeal because I feel like this is also important to hear. I know that there is a person, a person, a purpose behind everything. There's always a message. So I'm like, there's a reason this is happening. A previous version of me would have been really stressed out about it and felt really guilty, but I was like, this is showing me something and this is showing them something. And honestly, it was really out of my hands, out of my control, and all I could do was make myself less stressed out by kind of letting go of their perception of me and just trusting that like whatever needed to happen would happen, and everything worked out fine. And then when I did get there, my studio space that I work at, the door was actually unlocked, so all they needed to do was just open the door. But instead, they were waiting in the hallway, and they could have just opened the door and gone inside and chilled and hung out. But instead, they were sitting there waiting because I was like, I'm driving, I can't text you right now. So I wasn't able to reply. So instead of just seeing if the door was open that they could walk through it, they sat there and waited because I didn't give them instructions. And I hope you kind of see how that goes into the message I'm like trying to convey here, right? And I hope it relieves some of like the feeling and that is present here with you, group number 2. Because it's like it's there. You just need to trust and know that there's a purpose behind everything and that everything is exactly how it's meant to be. And once you kind of let go of that, you'll find the path. You'll see the path. You'll feel the path, whatever it is. So with all of that being said, let's get into your energy check. First, I'm gonna roll these dice to kind of see what we get. So we have the number 11. We have the sun. And we have... I almost saw this as Virgo. Yes, this is Virgo. I was like, is that Scorpio? That's Virgo. So that does make a lot of sense. It's very Virgo-esque energy. Is that whole like you know what's interesting? I don't know why. I don't know why, but that's just what I'm feeling. That's very Virgo energy. um Something about like perfectionism and misinterpreting the idea of it and feeling like it's something to strive for instead of understanding that it's something that just is. Yeah. And then we have the sun, so you might be Virgo, sun. You might have 11th house sun. 11th house is Aquarius. Sun is Leo. Then that's all I have with those. Life path 11. Um, yeah, that's all I have. I think I also forgot that, yes, well, you saw the stone. Oh, yeah, my mind keeps drawing a blank. That is so interesting. Clear quartz, I was like, I totally forgot. Hmm. That if you picked this stone or if you picked the Tarot of Mystical Moments. Yeah, I keep drawing a blank. That is so interesting. That's okay. So, gonna go back to the beginning. If you picked the Tarot of Mystical Moments, or if you picked this gorgeous, gorgeous clear quartz that for some reason I want to chew on because it looks like rock candy and looks delicious. I don't think it's delicious though. I think it might break my teeth. Let's just get into your energy. Okay, so we have Nightmare. Um, with psychic protection, shield, and bad dreams. I don't know why I am laughing. I don't know why this is funny. And I don't think. I hope you know why. And I hope maybe you can tell me if it doesn't show up later in this reading. So we have the number 5 here, which is the number of change. And I do think that there's a lot of things changing in your life, and maybe that is your actual worst nightmare. I'm just kidding. The Mercury is coming through too with the Virgo, because Virgo is ruled by Mercury, so there's a lot of like goofy, silly energy, and I think that is really in this time a good thing to lean into, is in that like mercurial, silly, like surface level, not trying to go too deep into whatever it is that you're trying to figure out, like just kind of like playing, having a good time, do what brings you joy, and just trusting that through doing that the answers will come. So we also have the Brawler with lack of empathy and confrontation. I think, and it's in the element of water, and with the lack of empathy and confrontation, what I really get for your vibe is like it's confronting others' lack of empathy by I got a couple it's like I can't say this by beating the out of them. I, I'm just I'm saying what's coming to mind. And then we have the Herald with small regrets and longing. The hair really pops out here. That's alright, I'll do that. I'm like, I want to switch these cards, but We have once again the number 11 with the, why do I want to say it like that? Whip. And then we have the house with number 4. And yeah, so 11 is very much like, it's something. I'll just leave it and I'll come back to it. We have the Knight of Swords, which is air. And this color is making me think of Mercury again. And then we have the Gazelle, which is fire. Okay. Like I'm getting very fight flight energy. Mostly fight. Interesting. Okay. You know, I'm like I don't know why I feel the need to flip these, but I'm going to, and I'm just gonna trust that there is a reason for it. Okay, group number 2. There feels a lot of constriction here, right? There feels a lot of like lashing out. But the lashing out, I can't say if it's on your side. I don't think you're the one doing so, however. Like, I feel like that's been kind of like your life. For some reason, you feel like you've always been the, like, punching back, right? It's like you've always been on the other end of this brawler card where it's like people, it feels like people always need to test you. People always feel like they need to go against, like, what your beliefs and, like, what's coming through too. It's like, why are you doing it that way? Like, why don't you do it the way that I didn't even tell you how to do it? Why didn't you just guess correctly? You know? And I feel like from that, it's like you've unfortunately have this thing within you where it's like you're always like needing someone to tell you how to do something, like giving you the roadmap, like giving you directions, because it's like because of previous experiences in your life, you unfortunately were made to believe that like you're always doing something the incorrect way. But like here's the thing, there is no incorrect way. There's different ways, and the people that do it differently than others are the ones that find like new ideas, new concepts, like new easier ways to do something. Like yes, granted, like when you first try to achieve a certain goal and you're doing it differently, you're figuring it out on the way there. So, like, it takes longer to do that, but it cracks a code because you've learned something new. And even if, like, you perceptively made a mistake, you still learn something from that. You still know, like, that's not what I want to do. That's not how I want to do it. Like, you know, if you tried out, like, a certain, like, career path or a certain job or, like, in school, like, so, like, my chest is just like, I can't breathe. Um, Give me just a sec. Yeah, okay. Yeah, solar plexus, like the energy is like moving. That there's like there was stuck energy in your solar plexus, which is like your ability to trust yourself and to make choices from that center and to go forward. Like it just moved out of there, it just released. Um yeah, okay. Now I like lost my, okay, so maybe whatever I was talking about, like it's like okay, we got it, like that was a past version, and it's like now you're coming into like where it's like instead of being the punching bag, you're pushing back, right? Against all of that. You're like, no, this is me. This is who I am. Like with the shield, psychic protection, with the bad dreams, and I'm interpreting the bad dreams as in like you if you shared your dreams like they were generally like, no, that's not right for you, and it's like, who are they, right, to tell you? It's like, follow your inner compass. And um if people keep, yep, okay, that's a past energy, that's not where we're at anymore. um so yeah, very much with the whip and the house, very much like anything that was like supposed to be secure, loving, always felt constrictive. And what would that be called? Ostracized is a word that is coming to my head. Whatever that means. Eh. Yeah, and then yeah, with the bra. Oh, okay, I see why I switched them now. It's like you're fighting for this type of home without this in it. Um, where it's like a nice home, a comfortable home, a real home that is true to you, who you are, right? Um, One you can achieve and create and wind down in, where you don't have to constantly be this gazelle that keeps like needing to like be alert and make sure that they're not gonna get like put down or yelled at. I'm gonna read this from the guidebook as well. The gazelle. If I can find it. I do think you like order and you like structure, because as I'm like I was trying to like find the gazelle in here, and I'm like, it really bothers me that they don't put it in alphabetical order, which it is quite irritating, but usually I don't really have that thought. So the gazelle is heightened awareness and ability and vulnerable. So the gazelle represents supreme grace with every move. This awe-inspiring beauty emits sophistication and elegance. Gazelle personalities are often hyper-aware of their surroundings, bordering on hyper-vigilant, and this can inhibit them from enjoying the beauty they've spent so much effort cultivating. No more worrying about all those predators out there in the wild. When this card appears, it's time to get back to the present moment. Sit down, find your breath, and acknowledge the bounty that surrounds you. Let it nourish your gentle spirit. When in balance, graceful, perceptive, and artistic. When out of balance, food allergies, insomnia, racing mind. That's interesting with the insomnia and the nightmare right there. To bring back into balance, yin yoga, a cozy home, good food. So you need a cozy home if you don't already have one. But that home is within yourself, right? And sometimes it's hard to create that when you don't feel like your external is comfortable, to find that peace within. But I think with this brawler card here, that is what you're fighting for, is that stability and security and knowing of oneself and home within yourself. There's something about this eye that is drawing me in as well. It's like through all the chaos, like if you find a nice centered spot within yourself, that spot where like everything kind of goes silent, and I'm hearing like shut your brain up, you'll be able to see past like the confines of your own I'm hearing intellect, so I do believe you're like a very intellectual person, but and you know a lot, right? But it's like kind of sifting through that, or like putting that to the side so you can perceive the way forward to whatever it is that you're wanting to achieve. This is Pegasus. Let's see. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling that like there was a previous unsafety with like the gazelle, right, where it's like there was like a constant threat because of your inviting aura, your warm aura that would pull people in, but it wasn't always the right people. But I think you have found this like like that sounds so silly. Horse within you. That is actually this really cute Pegasus horse. Like, but like it's coming off like this angry horse, this scary horse. Like it's like protecting you. Like, disturb my peace and I will be your worst nightmare type thing, you know? And I'm also like, oh, okay, I hear, okay. Like you have protective spirits around you, and this is how you perceive them. This is how they show up for you. This is very cute, loving heart Pegasus. However, whenever need be, these protective forces and spirits come off like this one. So it's like they're kind of saying like whenever you feel spooked in a sense, just know there's really no need, and that you can trust because you have this like big scary horse that looks really cute and soft to you and loving, but to the ones that do not have the best intentions for you and want to take like advantage of like your softness and your kindness and project things onto you that aren't true, or like verbally attack you or anything, like that's what they're gonna have to deal with first. This thing. And what's also interesting here is like I'm seeing her hair, which almost looks like Medusa hair. And Medusa was the deity that like got turned in. The Pegasus came out of Medusa's head, so there's something with that. You're not gonna turn into a horse, but the horse rides with you in whatever shape or form um, that they show up for you, type thing. This could also be your dark and light, like your sun, the moon, shadow self. This horse, like that might be your shadow, so it's kind of like whenever you feel unsafe type thing, you can lean into that shadow and it will protect you, which is probably your I'm just seeing like snappy like verbally, like I wouldn't want to get into like a brawl with the brawler. Yeah, like I can see a past thing where it was like shackling and like, but I can also see the dichotomy that's like within you, where it's like you have this brawler, but you also have a very soft side of yourself as well. Like you might have perceived this on the outside, but that was just because you weren't really accepting that you had that inside of you as well. So it's like maybe this was something that scared you about yourself, where it's like, I'm scared to hurt people because I have this shadow that has hurt people in the past as well, accidentally. But now that you're more aware, you know when to pull the big guns out, I guess. That's your words, not mine. I don't know. Oh, okay. It's so funny because it goes from so serious to like goofy, and then it's serious again, and then it's goofy, and so it's definitely very much 11 life path. Also Gemini, like mercurial, back and forth. It's like you give people whiplash. Like maybe that's why the whip's there. It's like one day you're this and then the other day you're that. However, there's nothing wrong with it, right? Um, there's a reason for everything. So it's like when one version comes out, it means one thing, and then when the other one comes out, it means the other thing. And I think the key is like, don't fight yourself. That's where the problems arise. Is give up on the internal battle. Understand that there's two parts, at least two. It's just you're like everyone's a very multifaceted human, and it's like it's okay to show all these different sides. You can be this one day, that there's always a reason, there's always a purpose. Whether, well, I want to say whether it's for you or others, but it's always for you. Everything outside of you is always showing something that you are carrying within you that's either meant to be embraced or to be let go of, type thing. So mm-hmm. So I think that's like, don't fight yourself. And I think you're getting there. And there's definitely a connection with like, the less you resist yourself, the less resistance you're going to see outside of you. Yeah. Okay. So, with that being said, we're going to go into what the ability that you have unlocked is, and then go from there. I also just realized I did not go into anything at the start of your reading. There's definitely like, I can feel this like Pegasus horse energy. It's like, go, 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 go. I want to go, I just want to go, I want to get there, like, let's go. But take a breath, take a breather, you need oxygen. Or you're gonna like get lightheaded and pass out. You know, eat food, nurture yourself. You don't want to skip steps. Because if you skip a step and then you fucking, oop, okay, well that slipped out. You're gonna fall flat on your face. Okay, so what ability is coming online / being unlocked, being seen, yada yada yada. I'm gonna go in with these cards. Oh, actually, first this. I do love this one. I love the vibe. Okay. But, yeah. I keep forgetting things. And then I'm like, did I say that? I don't remember. So we're gonna go in with the Night School for Mystics and see what pops up here. Okay. What is the ability psychic gift that group number 2 is unlocking? What? Earth, okay. You're unlocking the whole Earth now. My brain's like, well, that's helpful. Sassy. So, well, yeah, also, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. It's a secret. For now. Earth, clear sentience. Okay, I'm gonna take this too. The senses. Interesting. Night spot. Do I want one more? Yeah, I do want one more. Night haiku. Okay. I love these colors. Okay. Fine. A lot wants to come through, though. I did see this one earlier, and it says aura. And then it was on the bottom of the deck, so I was like, alright. A type of energy surrounding a person or living creature. An aura is something you might feel coming off someone you walk near or close to. If you see an aura, you are using a skill called clairvoyance. So we got that. We got Night Spot, which is your Night Spot is an actual place that you come to know deeply by studying the unique combination of elements it embodies. Once you have nuanced understanding of this place, you will be able to use it as a homing beacon during visualization exercises. You will be able to recall it in your mind's eye, so you can experience the night even during the day. So this is definitely clairvoyance, so seeing, right? Seeing pictures. And with that home card, I'm getting like, once again, that home within you that you actually are able to go to. I'm hearing escape, but I'm like, no, you're not escaping. You're centering yourself in your home that you created. That is a real place. Even though, well, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna limit you here, like, cause I'm like, even though like you probably can't like touch it, smell it, I'm like, who says, right? Like, you might be able to feel it. You might be able to like really truly feel like you are there, as clear as day, even though it's a night spot. Um, so like a creation of like your own world that you can go to, and in the midst of like a storm slash chaos, you can feel safe and centered. Night haiku, a short 3-line poetic form that originates in Japan. You can use a haiku to describe nature, the night, or the 4 elements. The structure is specific: 5 syllables for the first line, 7 syllables for the second line, and 5 syllables for the third line. It is a fun way to record the observation you make during the night or on your night school field trip. So the night is more, the way I'm interpreting the night here is like the unseen, what others do not perceive. And I'm getting it's like organizing the unorganizable, quote, like quote, putting structure into what is perceptively unstructured, like taking that thing that you're trying to reach for and actually being able to turn it into something that people that are in your position right now would, it would just, yeah, it would, this is so complex. And I think you try, yeah, like that is what you're doing, right? And it is just so complex. So it is important to take a breather, because I'm also getting like claircognizance, which I think is something newer, or I feel is something newer, that you're just now trying to make sense of. And I'm actually, I know you can't see it, but I'm closing my eyes right now, which is like how things can come through a lot easier because I'm not so here. I'm not seeing everything that is around me. I'm more like closing my eyes and going within and just letting the thoughts that I don't believe are my own flow. Um, and that's like kind of like where I'm not grasping for anything. Really, I'm just closing my eyes and feeling a pull and following that pull, following that flow. And I'm truly hoping that everything that I am saying right now is making sense. So it's almost like reversing something that you've been used to doing your whole life, right? It's like you see something and you describe it. Yeah, that's all I have for. Oh, huh! I didn't even. See, I had my eyes closed and I was like, clairsentience, and I already forgot. So you might be forgetting a lot of things. I please go see a doctor if like it's serious, but I'm putting that disclaimer in there just in case. I don't think it is. I think it's just your clairsentience, and it's just showing you when you draw a blank. Pause, breathe, close your eyes, get centered, and just either follow that flow, follow that thread, which there's really no thoughts there generally. It's just you're kind of it's very like feeling wise. It's hard to explain. And here's the thing, right? Once you do this, you will be able to explain that, because I'm like, I don't know how to explain that, but like you have such a large vocabulary um that you'll be able to explain this perfectly. Mm-hmm. And I know that I am channeling right now because like my eyes keep darting back and forth. Um, and there's probably a reason I say that, because it's how I know I'm like in the flow, and I'm like, instead of having it come from my brain telling me, it's coming from a different place. And the way that I look at it, it's like a cloud of ideas, concepts, like even a library. But I like a cloud because like that's like, you know, you see the little particles, like the water vapor, like even if there's like mist, you know, like you see the little particles, like um that's how I see information, like that comes through me, and then it turns into words, and then I speak them. So yeah. And I do believe that I am mirroring, or I am showing you what you are already able to do. But once you start doing it, like you'll kind of see that you've always been doing it. And the more you notice, the stronger it becomes. And there's a lot to do with flow here. And it's just like trusting and relaxing and just starting. Like, just starting. Just start talking. Set an intention, just start talking, just start writing. The starting is the most important. And it's okay if you overthink it in the beginning. Just know it's gonna go where it needs to, and like you will probably do that thing where like, yeah, like just like me, you'll start talking, and then you'll like open your eyes and you're like, oh my god, like I just had clairsentience, even though I completely forgot that it was there, but here it is. You know, so that forgetting is really just there so you can clear everything out and you can channel, because otherwise all that information is just going to get in the way from like where you're actually trying to go. And that's like how I saw this, right? It's all that information. You forget, that's cool, and then you can see through that, and then once you come back, you have the concept, you can take all of this and you can turn it into something that is like solid. I'm hearing like practical, like making it easier for others to understand, describing it better. Yeah, like translating the unseen. That's cool. So I'm gonna read a sixth sense tool that causes you to feel things in your body. This is a tough clair to recognize. It is, but it helps when someone points it out for you. It took me probably a good 10 years for me to be like, oh, whoa, that's what I'm doing. And then forgetting about it. And then doing it again. And then, yeah. But if you feel a specific bodily sensation, such as itchy palms every time someone gets angry, or if you, interesting, or if you sneeze when you're lied to by another person, I wouldn't. It could be. I mean, no. Yes, the bodily sensation definitely. I get really hot. I think a lot of people get really hot. I don't know about the itchy palms, but here's the thing. Like, I can't tell you that because everyone's experience is different, right? And that's up to you to know. And like the fun part about clairsentience is like um it's gone. It's gone. That's okay. um, this is just showing that what happens, it's okay. You just laugh it off and you just keep going. And there's probably nothing there for me anymore, so I'm just gonna stop. There's nothing I needed to say anymore, and I'm gonna trust that, and I'm just gonna move on. Right? I'm not gonna be hard on myself. I'm not gonna be like, well, why didn't I do that? I don't know why I said it like that, but um, yeah, and then just be like, okay, laugh it off, keep going. Like, fall flat on your face perceptively, even though you didn't. You're just showing something. Or I hope you don't actually fall flat on your face. This is actually also reminding me of another time where you're gonna get proof from previous experiences. The only thing is, like, it's just gonna come to you when something happens and you're just gonna be able to relate it. Like the falling flat on your face, like a couple of days ago, something happened where I was like, this is embarrassing. Like, I was like, it wasn't super embarrassing, but like, I just kind of felt like small and almost ridiculed by someone that knew thought they knew better than me, even though like they weren't showing it. I could just feel it, and I knew that they were like almost like their vibe was like, I know more than her, even though they might know more than me, but they weren't connected, they weren't as tapped in, so they had a lot of like illusionary belief still, right? They were still putting themselves in a box. And perceptively, I looked kind of dumb, and I looked kind of silly, and I looked kind of out of control, but here's the thing, I had surrendered, so I was playing a part for her to show her and me something. Most importantly, me, where it's like I sensed something, even though her energy kind of like convinced me otherwise. And then when they left, I was like, hold on, I was right, and that's okay. And then it was less embarrassing because I felt small, and I don't like feeling small, but I let that person make me feel small, even though I was channeling the whole time. And they were like, I'm uncomfortable. I'm like, and I'm like, yeah, you're uncomfortable because, like, I'm uncomfortable. The board projection comes to mind, whatever that means. Okay. Interesting. What does the senses? So, this talks about the way your body perceives or takes in something external to or outside of it. There are five. Okay. So, do you get a lot of information from outside of you? You get a lot of information from your sense, like your human senses, or like your taste, um like clairaudience comes in, so everything, like, you have all the clairs, and I think that's why this is so hard. This might be like where the information overload is coming from, and maybe why everything's like a little bit turned off right now, just to like give you some space. And I think the way you usually feel through things um has been turned down, like the volume is lowered, so this one specific one that you really haven't had before can show itself, and you can learn how to use it better and see it better, right? Because I'm like, I feel like you already have this, like you're always alert, but it's like almost time to like have it be easier, where you're not constantly being bombarded by your senses, and that can be really hard to like navigate, right? Because you're always so overstimulated. So it's like, instead of having to use that, like, you can just be in the flow and know that you're protected, and you're always going to be in the right time, in the right place, say the right thing, even though perceptively it might be a little bit uncomfortable sometimes, but like, it's always to your benefit. and it will always bring you to exactly where you want to be and need to be. You just have to put out there what that actually is, right? And the most important thing is to just start, like, just take that first step over that threshold, even though you don't really know what's on the other side. Earth is one of the 4 elements, and it represents what is solid and stable. Whether it is a material thing like a chair or the floor under you, or more solid emotions such as a good friendship or feeling of happiness, Earth is the symbol of what grounds us in life. Interesting. Yeah, I think that comes with that home within you, right? Is being grounded, feeling stable, feeling secure. That the night spot is just a weird word. Words. Okay. I'm gonna confirm whatever I just said with the tarot mystical moments and see if we can get like pinpoint a little bit. I'm definitely getting the claircognizance. And like when before you used to be more reliant on those physical senses, like the physical, you can rely more on like your spirit guides and like get answers through that and like yeah, move your way, like move through still in a very grounded way, but like an easier way where you're like anchored in earth, right? But your compass is the ether. Like it's a new GPS because I'm definitely getting direction is like a thing here. Okay, what is group 2's psychic abilities that are showing up for them? King of Wands. The Hanged Man. Ooh, that one flew. Oh, heh! Ha! Look, would y'all look at that? 6 of Swords, but like, look. Look at what I said with the anchor and the earth and then the compass and then the cloud with all the ideas and the that's cool. Six of Cups. I felt like these 3 were enough, but I was like, no, I need a 4th one. Yeah. Okay. Then we have the 9 of Swords in the bottom of the deck. You know what's interesting? I'm like, I feel like I need to let my cat in. So I'm gonna go do that and I'll be right back and then I'm gonna... I also just realized it's probably when I moved these. Instead of 11, there's 2 now. I don't know when that happened, but I'm just gonna trust it. And no, I know that there's a reason for that, right? Because, like, 11 is, like, produces 2, 2. So you might be seeing 2, 2, 2 a lot, and 11, 11. And I was right. My cat was waiting for me on the other side of the door. I just felt that pull, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna let her in now. And after I did that, I actually pulled 2 more cards because I felt pulled 2. And we have the number 1 and number 3 here. And then I also realized we have 6 and 6 here as well. So the number 1 is all about like something new, right? So that is like a new ability. And the 3 is like creation. So like this is almost like something, it feels like it's like something merging, 2 pieces coming together, that is creating like that single 2, because there's like a balance of 2 parts that are not necessarily equal. And I think that's your light and your dark, like the yin and the yang, like coming together, right, and clicking in. And then this is very interesting the way my thought process is like doing that, but I'm being led by these thoughts. So it's like the DNA restructuring, like a new version of you emerging. So that number 2 is like the seed that's being planted, and then out of the 2 forces that are coming together and working together creates a third, which is once again goes back to this 1, and then creates a 3, which is a product of these forces coming together. So a third, which I believe is your new ability that is coming, that is being unlocked, because it's always been there. It's just been built finally, right? And it's like with the earth on top of this building, which is the tree from the seed that's being planted. And it almost looks like an antenna, right? That beacon that I was reading about is able to receive from a higher source, a different mind, collective consciousness. Beyond that, even, actually. Yeah. So I also went and got the pages ready. So it's kind of like showing that, like, when you're getting nothing, things are happening behind the scenes, so it can go faster, because otherwise you would have had to sit here through me like shuffling these cards, even though you have to sit here through me explaining it. But that's okay. That's like an important part of the process type thing, right? Because I would have done it anyway. So the thing is, like, now you don't have to wait for me to do all that. Like, it was already there. And that's like when you're not sensing anything, when you don't feel like anything's coming, it's like sit back, enjoy, play around, do whatever you want, you know. And then, like, once it's all put together, once it's done, like, you will get it. It'll be there, and all the answers will be there for you. Like, and that is kind of like what claircognizance is in a sense. And yeah, it's definitely that. So here with the 1, it's like, how magnificent, how magnificent you are alive. And there's the word now here. The primordial soup, beginning of it all, the power to prevail and choice to live, choose to live. But I said choice for a reason. You might accidentally misread things, there's a message in that. So it's okay. And there's stuff that I don't feel like called to read, so I don't, because I'm like, I don't, yeah. It's more like, yeah, it's that choice of like, nah, nothing there. Yeah, deceiving. Nope. Well, maybe, actually. See, and then I fill a pool. And it's like, when we see this card, we are reminded of the beginning and how far we have come. So, I saw that differently. It's like, here we are, and we are here now. Like, and that's where it's at. Like, that's what I saw when I was reading this, because it's like, yeah, so I'm just kind of showing you like things that might be happening that, it's not you being dyslexic, I think. Disclaimer, I'm not a doctor, I can't diagnose, so you know you best. And maybe you are dyslexic, but maybe it's also at the same time you being a psychic, right? And reading the way you naturally read. And here with this one we have music, so that kind of goes back to this King of Wands. Music. So you might get messages from songs, you might make music, right? You might be able to channel music. You might be able to channel music from that higher realm and create something that is like translated into song, which would be that number 3, which could be a product of this ability that is coming forward, being unlocked for you, like being perceived finally, like know how to use it, play with it, create with it, right? There's a lot of stuff about the moon here. Don't be afraid to express yourself, even if people don't get it, because, like, here's the thing, not a lot of people get this type of stuff. But when you share, even though a lot of people might not get it, the ones that do, it will be so special for them. It'll be so, like, yeah. And yeah, see, creativity is linked to communication, so it's like you're translating something, like, and that's the thing, it doesn't even have to be in words, right? It can be any way. It could be that haiku, it could be art, it could be poetry, it could be music, it could be like whatever you want it to be, whatever lights up your night sky. And maybe that's by keeping like moon, you know. And yeah, now I'm seeing the tarot cards in every language, so it's like any language, every language. Visual, yeah, I keep going over the same thing because I'm like, I feel like I'm just trying to drill it in. And like that's kind of what the moon does, right? Is like it takes like the light from the sun and then reflects it back to us. So like, yeah. So I'm gonna go back to these here. I think we're almost done. So, because generally the Nine of Swords has swords there, like hanging above the person while they're asleep. And with this one, it's like a bunch of eyes, right? And a lot of times the way I understand, like the way I'm interpreting it now, it's kind of like where it's like you don't have to be in that Nine of Swords energy anymore. Like you can sleep peacefully without worrying about like whether you like looked weird or did something like silly or like that people didn't understand. Like it's because it's like you have like the unseen like looking out for you, right? Okay. And like here with the Hangman, it's like the ability to see things through the lens of like the upside down. And while doing that, because she's opening the zipper, right? It's like pulling away that curtain for others as well. Interesting. I'm like, what is the King of Wands about, though? Yeah, and it seems like you already have that ability, right? The Claire, being able to visualize things to like almost such a point of reality where it's like this little island, it's kind of like your home, right? So it's like being able to place your anchor there so you can float around wherever you want to, need to, feel pulled towards. And like you always have like a guiding star, which is like your spirit guides, your higher self, anything that you work with. And like being able to just like, I see this character like just moving around, like going on a journey. Like, so also I'm seeing like through meditation you can travel to the spirit realm as well, know that you're always safe, like maybe even through dreams, but also in real life. Well, real life, you know. And then here with the Six of Cups, it's like I see this as like a guide, but also at the same time I see it as like you, where it's like you see a full picture. You can look at everything from like different angles, from like a higher perspective, so you can understand it deeper and you can pull out what is necessary. And then go from there, I guess. Yeah. What is this King of Wands? Okay. Ten of Pentacles. So it's like, yeah, okay, I get it now. Like kind of almost like knowing yourself. And it's almost like this, it feels like this is almost like setting you free. Because I can see this as well, being like you're anchoring into your home space within yourself, so you don't have to anchor into like reality anymore. And you'll be able to move easier and freer and like march to the beat of your own drum, your own passion, and like finding those passions, because it's like you've been able to release everything that you've perceived to be true, so you can create your own Ten of Pentacles. You can create your own home, your own like safe space for like you and like the generations in your chosen family, and anyone you choose to kind of like create this like beautiful tower of like my I'm hearing like love and nurturing and comfort, and give that to the people that are in a place that was like your past in a way. And that's also the Six of Cups here as well, where it's like, you know, future you almost being able to heal stuff from the past through like what you're creating, and using whatever it is that like you went through in the past. Not using, Well, yes, as that fire and that fuel to create the safe space. And like through first healing yourself from that and then creating something to heal almost like the collective. Because like here's the tower, there's a tower, like, but it's not even just a tower, it's like a fort, like a safe fort of protection through the knowledge that you are gaining through this claircognizance. Cognizances. um and like sending out all these wishes and wish fulfillment. Like, I know he's now holding his hand on this heart, but I see it as such. And yeah, making a home for yourself and if you wish others, right? Oh, that is sweet. And yeah, wow, okay. I just cut the deck to the star and the world, so it's like creating magic through this higher power, with this higher power, like co-creation. So there it is. Okay, so it's like being tapped in, being connected to this thing, will help you co-create, and understanding that like you don't have to force things, you don't have to work as hard as you have been or been told you do have to create this thing that you're wanting to, whatever that is, that you're always provided for. You just have to follow that pull and that thread. And that's easier to do when all that noise is gone, which is why you're probably forgetting things. You're probably misspeaking things. There's nothing wrong. It's just a psychic ability coming in that is here to help you, and in the long term, help others. But it's like you help yourself first. Yeah, weaving your own threads of fate now. Yeah. It's like, destiny, what is meant to be, because the reason it's meant to be, it's because it's like what you want, the things that you desire, and what you want for the world, which that's where that 11th house in the Aquarius like comes in again, because like that is about like other people's children, and like who are other people's children is like freaking everyone, right? So it's like the world, but it's also like big picture, end of a cycle, of like now you make your own rules, you write your own haikus, you write your own poems, like you are the weaver of your own star, destiny, fate. Instead of the threads holding you back, keeping you captive, you have access to knowledge now that gave you the tool to create your own world, universe, and it all starts with that safe space inside of you, like calm in center of the storm, where you don't feel like you need to be scared or careful or walk on eggshells anymore, where you can just go forward and march to that beat of your own drum. And I love how this was just gonna be like, what is your new psychic ability? But for some reason, it's always much bigger than that. And I love that. And we end with the Nine of Pentacles, which is a little birdie told me. So it's not coming from in here. It's coming from the little birdie that is source, that is spirit, that is the all. Because you cast away all that is irrelevant until you need it, and then it becomes relevant. Okay. I think that is it, Pal 2. Group 2. Peoples of the Empire of 2. It's all connected. And you weave the thread. Or you weave the tapestry. Okay, please let me know what you think if you would like to down below in the comments. If you like this reading, please like it, and if you'd like to subscribe. I will definitely be doing more readings that are usually bigger than expected, more than expected. We'll see where it goes. So yeah, like, subscribe, let me know what you think, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And I hope you have a beautiful night, day, noon, morning, wherever you are, whoever you are. And I wish nothing for the best for you, so I hope to see you in the next reading. Bye! Hi, Group 3. If you picked this doubly pointed, I was trying to figure out what you call this form of clusters, smoky quartz, then this is your reading. I'm like, how do I put you? I'm gonna put you back right there. So I'm picking up a couple of things. Generally, before I start my readings, like, there's a chain of events that kind of tells me the energy that group is in. I kept getting messages of like, take your time, because I did feel kind of like rushed. Like, first I decided to do this reading, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do it, and then all of a sudden chaos erupted. This is the only reading that I'm doing during the daytime of this entire group, or all of the groups, and I realized why I don't do that. Because there's just a lot of stuff going around and I can hear it, and I had to like put a barrier around my home, because there's one energy in particularly, and I have nothing against this person. This person's a great person. However, their energy is so intense and just so chaotic that like I have to bar it out. Like, I have to put an energetic force field around my home so I don't get affected by her, whatever it is that she's just like shoving out of her, because it's intense and it's all up in my head. And I can't say right yet if that would be your energy, or if it's something that you might be experiences that you have experiences with that, where it's like you feel a certain way, and maybe you realize you're like, oh wait, that's not me. I'm actually a pretty calm, chill person. That's all right. It will tell me in your energy check. So what we're gonna go over today is first your energy, and then seeing what is kind of being unlocked for you, something that you've always had within. I'm setting the intention for these to be more like intuitive abilities, like psychic abilities, magical abilities. However, I've realized sometimes it's like more than that or something different. And I just realized I'm like, I haven't shot my intro yet, so I can just say all of this in the intro. Very practical, I feel. Like once that excess energy is kind of shut out, it's almost like very practical, like step by step. So that might be who you are as a person, kind of like where you think before you speak. You want to make sure everything is like streamlined in a sense. Another interesting thing that happened too is my Wi-Fi went off, so I don't know what that means or what that says, but we'll see. So first I'm gonna throw my astrology dice and see what comes out. 11 again. Interesting. Okay, so we have 11, we have Venus, and we have Gemini. That chaotic vibe does make sense then. Yep, okay. So Venus rules Taurus, but also rules Libra. The number 11 has been coming out a lot recently, so it's like you might have an 11th house Venus. Once again, Aquarius has been like very much here in many of these readings. So you have Aquarius, Taurus, Libra, and Gemini. You might have an 11th house Gemini, which means, what is that? 12th house would be Cancer, so you might be a Leo rising, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, that's all that's what I'm getting from this right now. I'm feeling a sense of nervousness too right now, like yeah. So who is my group number 3? We have the Hunter with the number 32. Aggressor, Tracker, and Provider. And that reduces to 5. We have the Scholar with Investigation and Research, which is also air, so that's very much up in the head, like up in the head. A lot of mental activity, I'll put it that way. We have the Twins with self-protection and dual natures, so yeah, a lot of that, a lot of twins. All right, okay. That's interesting. Oh, and then 5 with empathy. More yep. More 2s. You might see 2s a lot. The number 5 is here as well, like 555, which I don't believe 5 is connected to Aquarius, but it is the number of change and upheaval. Okay. I'm getting, okay. All right, and we have the World, which also looks like the 3 of Cups to me as well. And then we have the Devil, um, which is related to Capricorn, but it's interesting because when I do see this, like when I think of the devil, sometimes I think of like I do think of Gemini, but that's only because of like Gemini has like that's I've noticed Gemini's always had that ability. Um, they can like talk anyone into anything. Like it's that like quote unquote trickster energy. Like it's like the ability to sway people in their like silver tongue type thing. We have Panther, which is more fire. I don't know why I said more fire because this is the only fire card in the okay. More fire. Stoke it. Stoke the fire. Yeah. And then we have death with the number E. And this interesting. Okay. It's there's a lot of like wild like feeling of like chaos, but like it's chaos, but it's like a wild feeling, and not necessarily in a bad way. Um, because it's like controlled chaos, and it's almost what I'm getting is the idea of accepting you for who you are and like not fighting that part of you anymore that is that like chaotic self, and then through not fighting it anymore it puts you in a position of like working with it. It's the whole idea of like your shadow side where it's like when you fight it and it's gonna fight back, right? If you push it away it's gonna like push back, but when you see it and you accept it and have empathy for it, you come to a point where it's like you feel whole, right? Like you feel complete and completely accepting of like who you are with your quote unquote good and your more destructive tendencies, but you can wield that as like when you need it, I guess. It's like when you need to pull out the big guns, that's when you can pull out that shadow side. When you're like, I need something to change, something to shift real quickly. You can use that for your benefit instead of pushing it back and shaming it and making it feel bad about itself because like you you maybe were made to feel like you had to judge that, and then it's gonna creep out in other ways. It'll creep out in like those self-destructive tendencies. It's like you can't, like I'm seeing a pressure cooker, right? And like if you don't release some of that steam once in a while, that thing's gonna explode. So it's like, yeah, accepting you for who you are. So there is a lot of Gemini in here, a lot of air, a lot of air. Definitely, um, a love for studying, learning new things, hunting, seeking out new information. But it's like really, it's like whatever you really want, like whatever it is, and maybe that's okay. I pick up. Okay. Um, I'm hearing knocking on heaven's door for some reason. That is interesting. Where it's like you, it's almost like you crave. Like there's things that you want that you feel like you were never really allowed to go after because like it was shamed. And okay, yeah, but it seems like you've broken free of that, right? Because you've done inner work. I kind of had to meditate before I did your reading, which I usually just do in the morning. But today I woke up feeling pretty good, and then everything started happening around me, and then I was just like, this is too much. Like, I'm getting so overstimulated, so I had to sit down and meditate for like maybe 5 minutes, and then immediately I felt better. But then I also, anyway, okay, yep, it looked, yep, um, very Gemini, very talkative, and you like to have a good time, right? And you like to research things. You like to go after what you want. Like it's like you lock eyes on it and you're like that, and then you chase it. And I think you've always kind of done this, but you have more of like a sense of like control over it now. Like you can keep your thoughts in check and like know when to go forward and when to pull back, when like you need to take your time, and kind of like calm whatever would take over in your head that was like go 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 or like retreat, like where it's, yeah, that's where it's kind of like you tamed whatever was within you, those instincts, right? Where it's like you would just be overridden by your instinct because you would just push it down previously, and now it's like with like death and the devil here, which the devil is like seemingly not really having control and being chained by these impulses. Like he's like, hey, would you like some of this? But like a previous version of you would have just taken it and not even like thought about it. um Without, I just got distracted by this one. But like a previous version of you would have taken that without even thinking twice about it. But like, who knows? Like, what's in that cup? Like, what is that liquid? Is it poisoned? Is it wine? And my brain was just like, is it blood? And I was like, okay, well that's um that went a bit farther. But so yeah, it there's a feeling of like before, and yeah, okay. Like maybe some of you might still be in this mindset, but like you're gonna get out of there. But I think for like the main people that would watch this pile group, like will see their mind start going somewhere they don't want it to go, and it's like, okay, we're gonna take a step back, we're not gonna go there. Like that's, I don't want to think about that, like that's not healthy. um but also not judging yourself and not judging your mind to go there, where it's like there's nothing wrong, it's okay, but it's like, hey, maybe we should like think about something else type thing. And with this, like, so it's like a death and a rebirth, birth of that mental state of like you fighting yourself, of you fighting your like inner demons, um which they're not demons, they're just panthers, like they're just animals that need to be fed and need to be pet once in a while and like take them on walks. And then if you feel like for some reason there's like someone breaking into your house energetically, you set them free. You're like, go get him. Like I'm getting like Cerberus, I'm getting guard dog, I'm getting, oh yeah, guard dog. Okay, because this is the I don't know what it actually is called, but it's the big black dog that is actually Sirius Black in Harry Potter. So like his uncle, who was one of my favorite characters and is the reason that I do not understand why anyone likes Bellatrix, because she's just the worst. But I love the actress. She's great. But Bellatrix herself, I'm sorry, girl. I'm pretty sure everyone's seen Harry Potter, but I'm not gonna give you any spoilers just in case. So yeah, it's like inner peace because the two parts of you aren't fighting anymore and you've learned how to have that inner balance. Like there's so many twos, and maybe it is through this like investigation and this research. It's like, okay, like how do I, like internal research, like internal investigation and doing like inner work. But now I'm also getting like Mr. Deeds. um Is that him? Like Adam Sandler? Is he Mr. Deeds? So whatever. I'm really bad with names, but like yeah, Adam and the Andy Samberg, Adam Sandler, Adam, whatever. The main character in the movie, and I think it's Mr. Deeds, where it's like he's so nice. He's so nice, he's so loving, everyone loves him in this like little town, but he has like terrible anger issues. But the only time it comes out is like when someone kind of deserves it, and then he just beats the crap out of like whoever. And now I'm just like, I need to watch that movie again because it's really funny. Yeah, you know, he's just so sweet and he's such a like gentleman. Um, so yeah, it's like you're a good person and you're a kind person, but it's like don't push me. And maybe before, like you were scared to let that out, right? You were scared to stand up. Not scared. The energy's like, no, not scared. Not scared, but in a way of like where you felt like you had to look a certain way, where you felt like you couldn't look like this, where it's like, you know, you couldn't look like that because you were gonna like, that wasn't like accepted. And I'm stopping myself right now because it's like I'm hearing like not what like a good religious person would do. So this might come from religious trauma. Um and I'm sorry, but this energy doesn't really, it doesn't feel like it's upset about it, right? Like you don't feel like you're upset about it. It's more of just like it is what it is. um I'm just glad I'm not held by these like chains anymore, that I am free to be myself, that I have victory. And I keep seeing the Three of Cups, but I know it's the World card, so it's kind of like I see the bigger picture. Like I've completed the cycle, and I understand now that it is okay to be myself and that I am not Okay. Um, I keep stopping myself from like saying certain things um about quote unquote myself, but it is you. It's this group, so it's like, so I'm also sensing that you've come to a point where you are doing your best to not do the negative self-talk anymore. Mm-hmm. Which, hell yeah. I love that. I love it when people do that. I really dislike it when anyone is like, I'm this, I'm that, and I'm like, can you stop talking bad about yourself? Like, you're literally quote like cursing yourself. Like, it's like the words that come out of your mouth and the way you speak about yourself, like that is, it's just self-perpetuating. And like, I feel like you already know this, right? And Sirius Black keeps coming out. um okay. Oh, okay, because I'm like, because I keep being like Sirius Black, and I'm like, okay, but why Sirius Black? And I'm like, that makes sense. Um, because Sirius Black was in jail, and he was just like, the jail thing has nothing to do with it. But he was just perceived as like, he was wrongly accused of something that he didn't do. Like, he was conned into looking like the bad guy, right? So I remember, I don't remember whatever movie it was that he like came into picture. I'm like, I read the books, but also where it's like he's like the scary man, but it's really only a picture that others have painted, and he's like this is how he comes off, right? But he's like, he is this energy. He's the aggressor. He's like a provider, and like he loves his godson, who is Harry Potter. Just in case you don't, because I'm like, everyone knows that, but just in case, like, so he loves his godson Harry, and like he also like he comes off as this devil. And people, yeah, they think he's a killer, he's a murderer, but that's like far from the truth. He was just tricked into looking like one, and even though he's putting himself in like great danger to try to keep Harry safe, like he does and he will, and he's like the first father figure that like Harry truly like has in a sense. um and I remember reading those books, and like my abandonment wound would kind of come out, because I'm like, oh no, this is too good to be true. Like, something's gotta happen. Like, where it's like, it was almost, and I feel like I'm saying this for a reason, where it was like, he was too good to be true. And I'm like, something's gonna happen. Where it's just like, it came with like a feeling of discomfort, because it's like, waiting for that rug being pulled out from underneath you. So like maybe you are in a situation like that, where it's like things are finally like getting better and looking better, feeling better, but like there's just this discomfort, because it's like your past, which I want to add to, is not proof for the future. Um, but because of that, like there's just this feeling of discomfort where you feel like the rug's just gonna get pulled out from under you. But I think you've done enough internal and self work. Oh, and yeah, self protection. Do okay. That like, I think you're. Yeah, I can't even say it because you're just like, just in case, Just in case, I'm not even gonna say it. I don't want to jinx myself. But here's the thing: if you're like, if you say it, everything's gonna work out this time. Everything's gonna like keep working out in my favor, and just keep like saying that and believing it. Like it will, right? Because our beliefs is what a lot of the times create our reality. Sometimes there's other stuff. Sometimes there's like okay, see here I'm getting exactly where I'm, because I'm like sometimes there's like karma contracts, right, that we have to fulfill, which I'm seeing. It's like have to. I'm like, yeah, I guess unfortunately have to, um, but not really. Whatever. That's too deep into stuff. Because I'm seeing this contract behind him as well, so it's like it seems like ah okay. So if you didn't already know this, or if you did know, this is confirmation. Um, there's a death, right, of this karma contract that is behind this devil that like you didn't know was happening, and because of like the world card here, which is an ending and a victory and success, and like they have they have the beverages, they have the party, they have the money, like you fulfilled that contract, it's done, that part of your life is over, you broke the chains. Okay, well, now this card is kind of pulling at me. Hmm. You might have had help. There's a lot of twos here. So it's like there's just a lot going on. Like there's a lot of twos, and then there's like threes, and you also might have Capricorn in your chart, or you might be dealing with someone with a lot of Capricorn, or has Capricorn, or that contract was with someone that was a Capricorn or had heavily that. You might be getting a handle on like some of your more like I'm seeing like dependencies with like alcohol or drink or whatever else it might be. Um, it could be anything, right? It could be like video games, it could be um, just anything in excess. Like it's like you can, instead of like searching for the dopamine fixes um, and all the other fixes, like now it's like you're searching, you're like set free from that. Oh yeah, even like TikTok, like face, like online stuff, like phones, like it's like where it's like you have that healthy balance now, and now you can like, instead of searching for all of that, like those like quick mm-hmm, like hits of dopamine, where it's like yeah, you now are like searching for something that is more sustainable. And I think you have, right? I think you have within. And now it's time for that. Now it will manifest outside of you because you have done that inside of you. Okay. There's a lot here. You've done a lot and you've gone really far. And in the end, it does matter. Unlike the Linkin Park song. Yeah, I keep being like, hell yeah, Paul 3. Hell yeah. You're doing it. Yeah, this is like victory. Okay. So let's see what comes through for you. I'm not getting so much of like, well, okay, we'll see. It's because it's like with the gifts thing. I'm just curious to see because it might also just be like material items or material things or just concepts or like wholesomeness or feeling. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna use the runes because I felt called to for your group. However, I am gonna move this. Group 3. What are the gifts they are unlocking? Way. That's okay. All of it. Oh, a new beginning, right? A sturdy oak tree. Okay. Now I'm gonna, well, let's, yeah, I'm definitely getting energy of like, as well, just being like, okay, how do I do this? Like, what is the steps? What are the steps here? We have ear. Gonna see what I get here. Oh, there is that one. So we have Iwas. So regeneration, change, legacy. Iwas gets its name from the yew tree, a symbol of regeneration in the endless cycle of life and death. Yew trees can live for 1,000 years and then they begin to. The daughters of the tree are reborn from within. Yew trees are also commonly found in cemeteries as they represent the cycle. Wow, they would really just like cycle of life and death. Cycle. You're like, yeah, I get it. You seem like you're over that. And you are, and you're good to go for quite a while, because trees stay alive for a really long time. And I do understand why the snake. It's like you shed the skin to reveal a younger feeling, maybe looking sturdy yew tree on the inside. Yeah. And it does mention that yew trees are toxic. And it's like, no, you're not toxic. But I'm getting protected from that. It's like you're protected. Like you don't have to worry. You're good. You did it. Like you broke the cycle. You finished the contract. It's been tore up, it's burned. You're good. You hit the you hit the bullseye. Like, oh, so instead of a yew tree, you got an oak tree, or both, whichever. Yeah. And this comes from like craftsmanship and like detail and precision. So it's like you've been working at this very diligently. That was a hard one to say. You've been working at this very diligently. On and off, maybe that's where the stutter might come from. Where intermediately, but also with diligence. And then I am curious to see, are there any kind of intuitive gifts that are being unlocked here? Intuitive, magical, any abilities? I mean, we're all psychic, right? We all have that capacity. It's just whether or not we want to do that or not, you know, like it's a choice. Whether that's something I did notice it because it's very quiet, and it does happen to me once in a while, but it's not always. It's almost like I will talk, and then there is a being, like a spirit guide, or oh, here's my cat. She came to say hi. Or your pet, your cat, your dog. Nature spirits. Excuse her. I hope you can hear me. That answers. She's just gonna come wreck everything. Okay. Oh. Come on, girly. Yes, you can. Come here. She usually doesn't do this during readings, so animals are definitely very attracted to you. Like, they really, like, she's all lovey and she's been avoiding me for a good week now. And I'm like, do you hate me? But she just needs her space, just like I do sometimes. So I do get that animals are very comfortable with you. Even though you... Oh! And she's just... Hi, girly. She's being very sweet right now. So nature, you're very connected to nature, so you might get, like, if you're going outside and walking and like something answers you in your head, like you'll hear an answer, like it could be a nature spirit talking to you. Just don't sign any more contracts. Don't say thank you to the Fae. They're great and all, but I like to have the idea of like, just leave them alone. I'm not gonna fall into that, because those are the contracts that are for lifetimes. But the thing is, like, you have to be aware that you're doing it, so they can't just trick you. But I generally am just like, I'm okay, you do you. Over, not close to me. Okay, group 3. What is unlocking? Okay. Pocket compass. Compass. What's a compass? Compass? Oh, okay. group 3. Alrighty. Oh, there's a hidden one underneath. Okay. Those kind of go together. For group 3. Oh, cool. Okay. So with the whole meditation thing, if you don't meditate already, and you do feel that pull towards it, I think this would like highly benefit you. Just to center yourself. And it's interesting because this is the first time I've really seen visually represented what it feels like when, not always, but when it's good type thing for me. I do believe it always does something, but there's some times where it's like a little extra intense and I'll start feeling like bodily sensations, and like it, the way this looks, if I hope you can see it, that's what it feels like. So maybe, okay, so it does kind of make sense. I'm glad it does, because it usually does, but this, you got a lot of chaos coming out in like your, about you, but like it feels very calm though. Like, and maybe because I'm hearing the phrase like you finally got your head on straight, and I keep wanting to like not say something offensive, so that might be something that you're, yeah, well, just, I, it's just a statement. Like, it's not good nor bad, right? It's like I'm trying to not be offensive. Like, I'll be, because I have a, with the whole astrology thing here, like, I got a Sagittarius Mercury, um, especially when I'm channeling. It is hard for me to not stop myself. It is hard for me to stop myself from saying things sometimes, and then I'm like, uh oh. Um, but that's okay. That's who I am. So yeah. So it's like, because you do care. You care about others' feelings, right? So it's okay to like not want to. It's not it okay. It's not, not offensive. You just don't want to hurt others. I would say the way that maybe others' words have hurt you. So that came through for a reason. Even though there's not much to do, it probably does. Um, so it's like with the pocket compass, like it's like you have a new sense of direction, right? And maybe that came from looking within and more spiritual concepts, like where it's like you're starting to understand that there are other ways to like connect with a higher force. So this is very much like the beginning, almost, ish, of a new path, like shedding that skin, shedding that layer on top of like what you thought like God was, perhaps, or goddess, or because I am sensing like there wasn't a way of believing in something bigger that was not allowing you to be who you are, that didn't see you, that was like, I'm getting like, why is this, like, if it's all loving, then like why do I not feel loved? And I'm sorry, like that does really suck. And if I wasn't like kind of in the middle of like, I'll trance out a bit, and it's like I understand concepts but the feelings aren't there, but I understand it, and it's like the Sagittarius Mercury of me is like, I'm gonna go beat them up for anyone that's ever felt like that. Like, where it's like, if this is supposed to be love, then why don't I feel loved by you? And you only realize that, right, once you start loving yourself. Because before that, maybe they made you think, or that made you think there was something wrong with you. And the more you delve into yourself, the more you love yourself, the more you're like, hold on, there's nothing wrong with me. And then you love yourself and you see that everything around you is like telling you something that is not true. And then you pass that, and then you're like, you love yourself so much that it really doesn't matter what people do or say or think about you. And they're like, I don't need you to love me because I love myself enough. And then next step is somehow people start treating you differently, or it's they don't start, well, they can change, right? Everyone changes, everyone can change for the better, or for the not so better, but that's okay, that's their journey. But then it's more of like those people somehow disappear, like not in like a mafia way, but I don't know why that came out, but they just, it's like, it's almost like they're not, like me putting a barrier around my home so I didn't have to deal with someone else's energy like dragging at me while I'm trying to focus. Um, you're only getting one hand right now, by the way, because the other one has my cat hanging out with me. She's all being all cute and stuff. So it's like animals always saw this within you, and they've always loved you, and they don't care, right? If like you get a little snippy, or like if you get a little grumpy, or like if you like start cursing because you see something that's like unjust and you're just like, that's messed up, and you have feelings and anger, and like totally normal. But it's only when that, oh my goodness, I'm like, I keep, okay. For the ones that this reading is for, I'm hoping y'all will appreciate this. Um, Obviously, if it's not, then I have a feeling it's not your reading, because I keep going back to the same thing, and it's like I keep getting pulled, and I know it's not me. Um, I'm just kind of like super channeling right now because I'm gonna guess there's at least one person out there that's needing to hear this. Um, so it's like, yeah, it's okay for you to be who you are in any way, shape, or form. And it's when we repress those things, it's when they come out in a destructive way instead of in a way that is a catalyst for change, or like as an expression. And I hope you find and or have found the type of people, or at least one person, that can see that and that you can be yourself around and be comfortable around. If you haven't found that yet, and I do, they're out there, they exist. You have a pocket compass now. Alright? It will show you the way. So yeah, it's like a new way of thinking, right? That's a bit more spiritual. And astrology is kind of like a good gateway. That's how I started when I was, I believe, around 21, to like more delve into that. I've always had like interest in it before, but I didn't know much, and astrology was like one of the first things that like made sense to me. um because it's like I could like almost like perceive people and I would ask them, you know, what their sign was, and then I started learning about like rising signs and moon signs and everything. And it was almost like I was like being a little detective, like, okay, well, this person's a Gemini, like, this is like the vibe they give, and that person's a Gemini, but it's a completely different vibe, you know, and like kind of, it was fun. It was like a little, I still do it. Like, it was fun. I'm like, I still do that. And I don't hold any weight to it, and I also don't like put people in a box, so it's like I feel like I'm constantly learning. And then yeah, with the clairaudience, like you probably like hear like things. um no, they're not demons or anything crazy, or like you're not cuckoo. I'm always like, we all kind of have it, right? And I like, some people see things, visualize. I can't visualize that well. I get images sometimes, which I'm just like, whoa. But the so maybe you usually don't have internal dialogue, because I have internal dialogue, so it's kind of hard to like. It's getting easier, but it's hard for me to understand what is me or what is something that is like trying to tell me something, right? So it's like, maybe that's why I get more like images, because I can't make up those images. Because I know it's like something, someone's showing me something. Um, which is why a lot of the times I have to like talk out loud for like a message to come through. Um, so it's like you might not have an internal dialogue with yourself, and then all of a sudden, like, you'll hear someone something, and you're like, oh, that is like a Claire. That is spirit talking to you, with you, your guides. It's always important to ask who this is, though, or ask for confirmation from your spirit guides. Be like, hey, can I trust this? And then forget about it, and then usually you'll get like a sign of like yes or no, or you'll get a feeling as well. Like, generally when I feel like I'm about to fall back, that's when it's like, nope. Um, I've had that experience before. I thought I was gonna pass out, but it was really a person that was around me. So the fact that I said that, like, that might be like, listen to your body. Like, if you feel like you're gonna fall over, nothing to be scared of, but it's just like, nah, right? And if you feel like you're gonna fall forward, or like you feel good, that's it, yeah. Okay. Last but not least, we're going to confirm some stuff with the deck that you picked that I forgot to mention in the beginning, and that's the D&D deck. You might see 333, because I just looked up and I did see 334, but I still counted. This is hard to do when there is a tiny feline being on your lap, so I'm just gonna do this very carefully and a little awkwardly. You might have kids, I don't know, because she's giving me baby vibes. For one kid. Oh. Okay. We have the Six of Strength. Ooh. What are Group 3's gifts that are coming through? Interesting. Six of Wisdom. I just said kids and there's a child right there. It's like connecting to your inner child. Like connecting to that version of yourself. The version which might loved D&D, but everyone told you like, no, that's for... See, yeah, I wanted to say nerds, but then it's like, I don't want to offend nerds, but it's like, yeah, I'm a nerd, and who cares? I love D&D, I love Dungeons and Dragons, I love fantasy. I did, like, I don't know, I had to get this deck. Like, I couldn't even, like, order it. I was like, I have to go get it from the store right now. And on the bottom of the deck, we have the star. Okay. I love this card. Okay. It's like you're following your North Star, right? Oh, there's a lot of... So we have 2 6s and we have 2 5s, so it's like being able to see things from a higher perspective, and like 6 is creation. And then like that with the 5, it's like change, and like change can be chaotic, but that's only if there's resistance to the change. I just noticed these 2 dragons here, right? So it's like you might have a gift and an ability with animals. You might be able to like, oop, my cat just like twitched. Like you might be able to yeah, like communicate with animals. And this doesn't have to be like you can hear their thoughts or what they're saying, but it's just kind of like you talk to them and for some reason they listen to you, right? Like that's giving Snow White for some reason, where it's like this thing looks, the shadow of it is scary, but it's really just like he's just a little guy. And like he looks kind of scared for some reason. So it's like also realizing that the things that you were once scared of, like they can't hurt you. And this is like breaking, yeah, breaking that cycle, right? Like there's like something about time here too. It's like realizing like your time isn't running out, like you're fine, like you have the ability to relax and enjoy and to believe, to read, but also to like create your own reality through your beliefs, through your imagination. And like once again, this is like victory, where it's like you tamed the beast. That's an interesting thing. Oh, and then the roses too, huh? All right. Like inner union as well. I'm seeing that. where yeah, like you have time to play, you have time to tinker, you have time to create, like follow your joy, follow your bliss. Like maybe when you meditate and you kind of like build your place, um it goes beyond like breaking the bounds of time and space is kind of like what I'm getting from this. It's like you broke time, but you're breaking it by going into like this meditative state and then building your own like castle, your own reality, like what you want your life to look like, which is like the life that your inner child and a previous version of yourself that was still like carefree and young wanted in a sense. Okay, last but not least, pile 3. What kind of gifts are being unlocked? Yep, karmic justice. So for you, yeah. Oh, it's that contract that ended. Like everything everything is coming together. Like everything will be much easier from now on out, and it's like a whole new journey into spirituality. Or like what your spirituality is, right? It's like it's yours. It's your relationship with you. It's like how you see the universe, like how you create what you want. Like you're gonna see, oh yeah, I didn't even look at this card, but it's like you're gonna see everything like somehow working out. And then that's where with the Sirius Black, that feeling of like it's a little uncomfortable, like, but it's gonna show you time and time again that like no, like this is it, it will work out. Like it is all gonna work out from now on. It's only because you had to break that cycle. That's why your past was the way it was. And you're out of it. Like you've broken free. I don't know what proverbial prison means, but it might be right. Yeah, like you'll have passion for life. Like this is also like creation, like whatever you want to create, right? Like because of this karmic justice, it's like a new lease on life, that's just filled with like luck. But it's not just, it is luck, it's good luck, but not for nothing, because it's like you paid your dues, like you finished your finished something, like right, like the rebirth, like it's like paid the dues. And I'm sorry if that comes off like shitty, but it's in the past, right? So it's like there's nothing there, unless there's, if it's good stuff, like yeah, take it with you if you can, but like if there's no good stuff, just leave it. Don't attach yourself to it. Like it's not your story anymore, if that makes sense. um and then yeah, for those balanced emotions, because it's like if you keep going back there, like it's just like it's like you obviously like you do seem like you're in a place where it's like you have pretty much healed it. So it's like if something comes up to be healed, sure, like release the emotions. However, like if it's just your brain constantly like wanting to go back there just to make you feel bad, don't let it. There's someone that like gave me some really good advice where it's like when a past trigger pops up or a past thing pops up, and it's like where you're like, I've already healed this, like I don't, why, and it's not like too loud where you can like pivot, where it's like, no, I'm not giving you energy, I'm not giving you attention, I'm focusing on this, I'm focusing on what I want. I don't want to focus on what I don't want anymore. I'm focusing on what I want, and I think this has become a lot easier for you. So, and that's how you create the like what you desire, the reality you desire, right? It's like by focusing on what you want and by blocking out anything that distracts you from it. But also, if it does distract you, don't be hard on yourself. Like, that's okay, right? Because then if you're hard on yourself, it's just like a vicious cycle. So it's like, regardless, don't be hard on yourself. No matter what you do, don't be hard on yourself. And then if you're hard on yourself, don't be hard on yourself for that. It's like a whole, it's me, like that's like a spiral, right? And you want to spiral up, not down. Okay. Uno más. Good. Okay, so it's pretty much anything you want. Courage, blessed day, good luck. Bottom is like rebirth, so it's like I think that already happened, right? Yeah. And once again, with the bow, like the archer. So there is like I know this is the end of the reading, but like Sagittarius, right? Is coming through here as well because of like we had the hunter, the bow here, and then the bow in the rune. So yeah, okay. So it's kind of like, okay, yeah, the star is just there because like the star is like destiny. Like hey, this is, it's all meant to be. It's all, you're going the right way. You're going the right steps. And you trust yourself. And you're also listening to, whether you know it or not, your higher self. So yeah, I think that's it for you. Group 3. Let me know what you think. If this resonated or not. Let me know if you have any questions, and I hope to see you in my next reading. And if there's anything that y'all are curious about, or like any readings you want specifically, I can do that for you. And I hope you have a good, I heard blessed day, but I hope you have a wonderful morning, evening, mid, noon, day, week, weekend. Anytime within or outside of the confines of time and space. And I'll see you in my next one. Bye bye. Hi, Pal Force. If you chose this really pretty smoky quartz and the Unveiling the Golden Age tarot deck, then this is your reading. While I was setting up for you, yeah, I had some intense feeling in my shoulders and my back. It's actually cleared up now, so I'm really happy about that. I was also having issues breathing for some reason, like my chest felt tight. That happened in group 2 as well. But with all that being said, thank you for being here. I appreciate you letting me do this reading for you. And I'm actually kind of excited for this group. So, I mean, I'm always excited, but this feels a bit different. So we're gonna get into all of that. We're gonna look at what your uncovered ability is. For some reason, I wanted to say psychic, but I held it back. But we're gonna uncover your new, like, ability, your gift, intuition. It's new to you. You've always had it. It's always been there. It's just now being unlocked in a sense. So whatever that is, I keep saying whatever that is, we'll take a look at that. Before that, however, I'm gonna do an energy check. Generally, the ability kind of comes in already while I'm doing that, and then I pull tarot cards to get a little bit more quote-unquote precise with it, or like a little bit more information, see what happens. I'll sometimes start channeling it myself, and I'll start explaining what's going on, kind of so that, like, you know what to look for within yourself and how to point it out, because sometimes it can be overlooked at as like something you've always done, because it is something you've always done. It's just, and usually like you'll get little clues about it from either when you were younger or throughout your life, where you're like, oh wow, that's when that was happening, or that's when I was doing that. And I haven't said this in any of the Palo so far. For some reason I'm doing yours before I'm doing Palo 3. I just kept getting like 4 in my head, 4, 4, and I'm like, I was only gonna do 3, but okay, I'll do 4 then. So that might be something that you experience, where you'll get words that just keep repeating over and over, like 4, 4, or like names, or that's something to look at. That's usually a message, and the more annoying it gets, the louder it is. So I just twitched my nose as well, which is not something that I usually do. Okay. Yep, I think that's all I kind of got. Yeah, I feel like there's almost like a feeling and a knowing of excitement that is like almost here, but not here yet. So it's like you're feeling into it, or I'm feeling into it. We'll see. Okay, so pile group 4. For you, we have the outsider with the number 22, and misfit, loner, and wanderer. We have the assassin, which is fire, with the words ruthlessness and conviction. We have the poet, also the element fire, and relationships and vulnerability. We have evolution with the number 29. I almost said 22 again, so you might see 22 a lot, or 2 a lot, or 222, or 2222, because yeah, but this is 29, which reduces to an 11. 11s have been popping up a lot as well. We have the page of charisma. We have judgment. We have Queen of Swords. And we have the unicorn. I thought about throwing these halfway through. I pulled all the cards and I was like, eh. My voice sounds different as well, I feel like, than it usually does. That's interesting. Okay. Why? I was like, I did that too cautiously. What is that? What is that throw? There we go. Oh, that's funny. 11. I'm not gonna disregard the 8. Um, Once again, Scorpio, the number 11 in the moon. So, 11 is Aquarius. The moon is ruled by Cancer. So, any of those might apply to you. Scorpio is about transformation, though, and it is power, and it is coming into one's own power. Well, that is Pluto. Pluto is popping up in my head, but it does that when I see Scorpio. The Scorpio is also ruled by Mars. And the 11th house does rule like um, astrology, the internet. Well, that is what I'm thinking of right now when I'm thinking of like the 11th house in Aquarius, like astrology, the internet, anything new, anything like pioneering. It also, the 11th house is like other people's children, which is pretty much everyone. So it's like the collective, humanitarian. And what I mainly picked up from these cards when I pulled them, it seems like everyone, and it does make sense, right? Because it's like every reading that I've done thus far with what ability you're unlocking, you're also going through like a big transformation. Where it's like with the outsider, you've always felt different than people. Just people. Um, where it's kind of like this is giving black sheep type thing. Um, Always like I do get from this group that like there was an urge and a desire to kind of fit in, but you never really connected to those people. Like it always felt I'm hearing kind of like empty. And maybe I'm getting that from like the poet and relationships and vulnerability. Um, and then here with this evolution card, right? It really makes me think that it's like you are already kind of like out of your cocoon and turned into the butterfly and are in your power, or you have made a decision, because with the assassin here, it talks about that where it's almost like you've been pushed to a point of like, okay, I need to make a choice. I need to make a choice with conviction. And I choose myself. And those that want to come with me can come with me, and those that do not want to, that's okay. It's okay if they don't join me. Because I'm okay. I've felt alone most of my life, kind of either way, even though there were a lot of people around me. However, so it's like I'm okay with that, but I would rather choose myself and feel this way. But I don't think you'll have to be the outsider anymore, because I think with relationships and vulnerability, it's kind of like there will be people. You might have already met some of these people, right? That you can connect with. That maybe instilled some type of like fear within you that if you were to like be around them, you would get judged by people that like have been in your life. I'm just kind of channeling this, so I'm curious to see whether or not this is true. Um, so if you want to confirm this, please do. I'm very curious. So I think you kind of just pick stuff up. See, I'm already going into like what you're unlocking. Because I'm like, I feel like you just pick things up without really needing anything. Because it's like I'm not even getting these from the cards that I laid out. I'm just picking up random things and saying random things, and I'm like, hold on a sec, like I don't know where I'm getting this from in the cards, but I am saying it and it feels right. I'm noticing the fingerprint here as well on the quill. So it's kind of like instead of letting other people write your story, you're stepping into your power by understanding that like you write your own story. And especially here with like I'm gonna read from the it's almost like it feels like you don't really know where to start. Like that's kind of like the feeling that I'm getting here. It's kind of like you've kind of made a decision with the assassin. It's like you cut out things. Maybe not everything you'd like to cut out yet, but it's like you cut out a couple of things of your life, people maybe that weren't good for you, that weren't like helping you. They weren't helping you, right? They weren't making you feel good about yourself. Or even habits or things or even mindsets, like because it's like I'm getting that like you maybe were pushed to a point of like feeling so low that it's like you're like I look at the skull like it's yours, like you were just like so just deceased, like kind of like I am deceased because of like my life and because of everything, and like an ego death almost, but like more of just like pushed beyond the limit in a way. And then with this third eye, like even though like you were done, you felt like you might be like pushed to an edge, like you that's when like you started seeing in a different way, in a different light, right? It's like your third eye, your intuition just was like, all right, I'm gonna take the reins here because apparently, you know, yeah, because you need some help. Not apparently you need some help, but it's like, all right, it's time. Like you need some help. Like you've subconsciously wished for this because like this is how you're feeling. So like we're coming online, um, and this is what we're doing, mostly. So then it's like now it's kind of like okay, you see the door, you understand, you did the things, and you're like kind of like, well, now what? Like what? Where do I start? Right? Because it's like you could start anywhere. Like once you come to a certain realization, you're just like, oh, well, all right. It's almost given like I could do anything, but then what do I do? Like, where do I go? Like, um, Yeah, that's definitely the vibe this is given. Especially like there's so many wings, and I'm just like, oh, is maybe your back has been hurting because of that. I don't know the correlation with that like at all. I don't know if it's just like this pressure that is being released from your shoulder, like this weight that like you've been carrying, that like it's like coming up to be released, so like it's like extra like physically painful because it's like in my neck as well. And I've had it happen a couple of times, and it's usually when I'm really like when I've just had it and I decided like screw it, like get like I'm done, right? And then like but then my body starts like hurting really bad, and it's like really just like all this tension and this crap that I stored there that's like finally coming out to be released. So maybe you are like in a little bit of a rest period just to like give yourself a break and like really figure out like what it is that you do want, like with this like almost newfound sense of self, newfound sense of power. um because with the outsider it's kind of like you, wherever you've associated for all these years, for like a big part of your life, it's like a lot of the things that people cared about, you were just like, I don't, this doesn't fulfill me. Like, these aren't my aspirations. Like, I just keep getting like, it felt empty because you have your own light, you hold your own little ball of like excitement here, you know? Um, and it's different than what you've seen in others. And I'm almost seeing this as like with the page of charisma and judgment, right? It's like finally finding, like, you see these doors and you open them and you go through them with your guide to see what's like on the other side. And then you open them and then you come out as this, like, because this, and I'm just realizing, like, this isn't a force, so it's like maybe you did feel lost, maybe you were wandering around, but you're always exactly where you need to be at any point in time, because then you stumbled, oh, here I am, I'm rhyming. You might be a writer because I feel like I've been accidentally like noticing words that are rhyming. um you might be a writer and enjoy that. I just had to mention that, but yeah, where it's like you're exactly where you need to be at any given point in time and space, and like you're wandering through this forest and it's like you think you're lost but you stumble upon this huge tree, right, with these like doors that lead to this like place that you're not really sure what's on the other side, but there's golden light. So it's like, well, it's gotta be better than like being quote unquote lost in this forest. But you're meant to find that door and you're meant to like have the courage to decide to walk through that, and then like look at this judgment card. Like I feel like it speaks for itself. Like it's given boss energy. Like the cape almost looks like wings. It's like I don't I usually don't have songs come through, but like it's like stars. I can't. I'm gonna. Okay, I'm gonna say it. Um, started from the bottom. Now we're here. Like that's the song that's coming through for this card. Started from the bottom of this tree, and now we're here. Because this was really an elevator, and it took you up to wherever this is, but like during the elevator ride somehow you morphed into this like boss human, like Now the I got the power song comes in, like I got the power. Dun it, dun, dun. Oh my god. Okay. All right, y'all. Very creative. Definitely a storyteller. It seems like you're good at creating scenarios in your head that are kind of funny, and I'm down. I'm down. I'm digging it. Yeah, and I mean, I feel like it makes like it's with the uniform. What about a uniform? Unicorn. Take off the uniform you were wearing. Like you don't need it. And maybe you wear a uniform for work. Armed forces. Um, where it's like okay, feeling like you needed to be a certain way, where it's like controlled, rigid, routine, right? Uniform, structured, but you're just like, okay, well, now time for me to like actually unleash my like creativity. Um, I left the unicorn page open. That's an okay, that makes sense because for your group, I wanted to read these, like, because I was reading them and I was like, wow, those are so nicely worded, but like, I never, usually I don't do that. So I'll start with the unicorn. And it goes, it's difficult to see, hear, or think of a unicorn without immediately questioning if it's real. Did they ever exist? Perhaps long, long ago. The mind answers maybe, or it could be, or no way. This very contemplation explains our relationship with divinity and encapsulates our wavering belief in the unicorn. We wonder what divinity is. We wonder where our intuition comes from, and if we can really trust it. We think about a higher power and our mind hesitates between yes, no, and maybe. Is it male or female? Does it have a name? Is it just a feeling? The unicorn card appears when and wakes us up to curiosity about the higher self and the divine. It is a card of questioning, exploring, and contemplating the inexplicable. The mind's eye knows there's something beyond our day-to-day lives, a deeper dimension to our experiences. The mind's eye reaches and reaches and reaches out to grasp. Grasp something more. You are the unicorn, and you have begun your quest for the answers. Okay, so that does make sense. The unicorn and the sixth chakra. So, it resides at the third eye, the exact place from which the unicorn's horn extends, the center called the anya or whatever. Yeah, I'm like, I don't care about this part, but I do. I think it's just not very poetic. So, so yes, you have awakened. Yeah, you're probably picking up stuff that maybe you haven't before. Um, you can see clearly now the rain is gone. You can see all obstacles in your way, uh, but not with your regular eyes, with your antenna that is on the top of your forehead. So you're kind of like questioning, like maybe there's been strange things happening around you that are kind of inexplicable, that are making you question things, that are making you go, like, what is really going on? Like, what is the truth? Like, what is beyond, like, why are these things happening? Like, I don't understand, kind of thing. So, um, and I feel like I've completely ignored this Queen of Swords, which is interesting. Um, because the Queen of Swords is it's air, it's thought, right? And but I think she goes with the assassin right here because it's coming to a place of like being quote unquote brutally honest, cutting out the people that are unnecessary. Um, And I think the only thing, it's like I see she just has her eyes open, so it's almost like it's not like logically, but it's almost like with the hearts here, I'm hearing songbird as well, because I think she's meant to be a siren in this deck, but yeah, that's alright. But I'm not getting so much siren. I'm getting more like um calming the mind, but like speaking your truth. And like listening with your eyes closed. Well, duh, you do listen with your eyes closed. It's almost like feeling like intuiting instead of like using more of the logical, if that makes any sense. Hmm. And it's just uncanny how like similar these two cards are. Like you've definitely gone through a lot of trials, right? Judgment is very much like, yes, it's like judgment of in life where it's like this needs to go, that can stay, I like that, I don't like that, so I'm not even going to worry about that. I'm just going to focus on what I want. And this comes from like having gone through all these trials, because that's just judgment, but judgment is like you've passed them, and it's almost like you've elevated because of it, right? Like you've got yourself out of this forest of confusion, and maybe it's like you have clarity for the first time in your life, or maybe like the second or third time, and it's all little. There's just steps, different steps of clarity, and now you have the ultimate supreme clarity, or the most that you ever known, because there's always more. That's the thing, there's always more. Always more. So I know the full card isn't here, but it's definitely you're like stepping into a new you and a more empowered version of you. So I got kind of sucked into your story there, but I liked it. I will read the assassin and the poet, and then we're gonna go over like what your gifts are, or your gift that you're unlocking. I can do this. Oh, it's an A, duh. Starts with A, okay. So here, with the assassin, we have the streets are deadly silent, and even the moon has hidden itself from view. The shadows are dark, deep and hungry, and from behind you, the whisper of steel, the press of a blade. The assassin has accepted that there are some things that simply must be done. No matter their personal feelings, in order to do what required of them, they have had to harden their heart, but they now understand that this hardness does not affect their worth as a person. It's time for you to learn the same lesson. You were, it says are, but I feel like it's more of a was, facing a difficult decision, and it feels like there's no quote-unquote right answer, but your instinct is telling you what you must do, even if you don't want to. So instead of dragging your feet, get it over with quickly. There's a relief to be found on the other side of the fallout. And it's stepping through that doorway in whatever way, shape, or form. And then we're gonna go to poet. which is quite the opposite energy, and I think that's more like where you're in and where you're going towards, because of this decision that you made. And it's music, laughter, the swirl of beautiful dresses. Tonight is a night free from care and the troubles of the outside world. Amongst the dancers, a single figure draws the attention of everyone present. A flash of embroidered silk, the wave of a hand, a voice as clear as a bell. The poet is life itself, pure and undiluted, instantly in love with every new person they meet. They are drawn to people just as people are drawn to them. A sonnet, ready for every new spark of love. There is love on the horizon, and it's up to you to embrace it. Whatever your hesitations, it's time to accept the heart-pounding, tumbling chaos that is opening yourself up to another. Write poems, find your song. Love is a creative work. Be your imaginative, authentic self, and let others, like-minded people flock to you. It's when you will experience true happiness. So, yeah, that's kind of where it's like you go from the outsider into like this person that attracts people that are like you. And this whole love thing, like, you know, it could be romantic or friendship, platonic, like, or a group of people that understand you and you them, like a whole crew of unicorns, or just horses, you know, or any other mystical being. Lions, tigers, and bears. And I see this is you stepping into the ball as the very badass poet you are, and storyteller. So with that, I'm gonna put these aside. I am gonna leave these here though, because I'm looking for something in particular. And I'm like, I just had it. Yep. It was hidden under one of my guidebooks. So maybe something you're searching for, if you are searching for something, the only reason you can't find it, it's not because of your intuition, it's because it's hidden under your guidebook. Okay. What are group number 4's gifts that they're unlocking? Spirit guides, source, the all, beings of love, beings of healing vibes. I don't know if I'm just tired or if it's like y'all's energy. Okay. Right. The elements in philosophy. Philosophize. Okay. I'm gonna do 4 up. All right. Oh, yep. I'm like, gratitude. Eh. Yep, I am doing 4, because I don't think gratitude is, I mean, okay, I know why that popped up, because it's like, that is gift. There will be many things that if you're not already grateful for, you will have things to be very grateful for. That is coming up. Now I'm getting like, I'm all the way up. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Oh yeah, first it was like start from the bottom now here, and then it's all the way, okay, because I'm like, wasn't that, didn't I already do that? And I'm like, no. So, you get songs, right? Because generally I don't get that many songs stuck in my head. Um, you definitely, if there is a song stuck in my head and your head, our head, and it goes on repeatedly, like, there's definitely a message in that song. So, like, you get messages through songs that, phrases that repeat, through songs, like, um, music that comes on the radio, or songs you might hear in the grocery store. Yep. So we have the elements. Okay. Philosophy, symbols, and divination. Yeah, alright. Yeah, so I feel like I don't think you need much. Like, for what it is that you do in like that spiritual sense and like how you pick stuff up. Um you can read in the symbolism really well, right? Like divination through symbolism and philosophy. Hmm. Oh, didn't you get like, hold on. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So it's like you're able to pick up words. You're able to pick up words, because I'm like reading this and I'm like, and then I just saw like love of wisdom, branches in philosophy. And then I was like, wisdom. Wasn't there? Okay, there wasn't, but I did pull a card that I was like, this one don't make no sense. And that was like a wisdom. You're just gonna have to take my word for it. I'm sorry. But I did, and I wish I kept it. But that's okay. Yeah, I'm like, it keeps coming up. It's like you just gotta just take my word for it, man. So maybe that's like, you put these things together. That's like, and then you try to explain it to other people, and they're like, "What are you talking about?" And yeah, it's almost like you can't prove it, because you're like, I don't even know how I got here. I could tell you how you got there. Well, I can try to tell you how you got there, because it's like you pick stuff up from your environment. You pick up symbols. That's why I'm like, you don't need much, because it's like your every day-to-day life, where it's like things will stick out, right? And then you're kind of like, huh? Like that's kind of what I'm getting with, yeah, with the divination, where it's like, huh? And then you're like, all right. Um, Maybe you do think about it for a while, because it's like you're kind of meant to remember, but like you will when you need to, right? Like it's just gonna pop up when you need to, like those songs, and like you're gonna pay attention to it, and you're like, okay, interesting. Um, and then later on, like for some reason, like through like philosophizing, philosophy, like you can like somehow put it all together, and like it has a message. And maybe that's where the like I don't even know where to start comes from, because like you don't really need to start anywhere, if that makes sense, where it's like you can use cards, you can use like oracle oracle stuff. I just blanked out for a second. Interesting. So yeah, it's like you see the symbols. It's almost like when you read a book, maybe like a certain phrase will pop out at you and you're like, why is that? Like, why am I getting stuck on that? Like, why am I getting hung up on that? Like, that is a way that you're reading. And I always like to call it like reading the universe. Like, it's like, because there's a message in everything. Anything that sticks out and you're like, that really bothered me. It only, like, as long as it's nothing like freaking terrible, you know, like you like see something horrid like on the street that you're like, I'll never unsee this type thing. Like, okay, well, you know, like I don't mean stuff like that, but like you're kind of like, man, this person just texted me. I'm like, it really, why is it like annoying me? There's no reason for it to annoy me. Like, you usually wouldn't, but usually it's like it's just like that little irritant, so you can pay attention to see like, oh, there's something there with that. Like, it's a clue, it's a message. And even if it doesn't make sense at that moment in time, that's okay, because like sometimes it doesn't in the moment, but trust that it will along the way. I'm also seeing here, like I didn't notice the glow here before, so it's like you might recently had like a heart awakening. And you know what, I never really knew what people mean by that, but whatever. um um you might resonate with that. I don't know why I'm laughing, but it's like, I do know why I'm laughing. It's because y'all are freaking funny. You're funny, you're funny, you're funny. Because I'm like, well, I'm like, I guess I don't really know what a heart awakening meant, but like, I don't really feel like I ever needed to explain it. It's kind of like where it's like that area just felt like it was like gunked up, like, you know, nothing was flowing through it, and all of a sudden it's kind of like freaking laser beams, man, like straight through the chest, and you're like, what is happening right now? Like, I feel so much. Like, what the sorry. Oh my god, okay. Whoever this judgment person is, like, this one, I don't, like, I know this is this, it's the same energy, but it's an energy. It's the same energy, but it's not. Um, for some reason. But it is. Interesting. You might be able to like ebb and flow into like you in a way, right? Like where there are different like aspects of you. Like there's just this really funny part, and then there's like with like a lot of swagger, and then there's like a part that's like more serious and more ethereal, and it's like you can like go back and forth, and it's like, no, well, I can't say that. I'm like, maybe you do have like multiple personality, but from like what I'm seeing, like if you just go from like you can be really serious and like you can be really like ethereal, and like where it's like you should be scary but you're not, you know, like because people just see you as like like this, like it's like I get like almost like pure like love, like it's like where there's power, but like it's all loving. Oh, interesting, because it was like, where are her hands? Where are her arms? Because I looked at this and then I see these are hands. Anyway, um, and then you can also just be like really like where it's like it's this person, but it's like just less serious and like more fun and goofy and jokes around a lot. It makes people laugh and like comes off really serious. Like this is like serious but soft, and this one's like hard but goofy. Okay. Um like and I honestly like I feel like a part of your gift is just your presence to people where it's like you don't really need to do anything. Like you just gotta be, you just be yourself and you're around and you just like kind of beam this like light and healing and will and like um with her hands here like and little sparkles little sparkles like I'm seeing like um you are probably an energy healer, or it's something that you can get into if you want to. Like, I mean, everyone can, but it seems like it would be just like natural for you to do, right? So like, if you want and you're not already doing it, like look into like Reiki, um, because they do. Interesting. Why am I like? Can I? Huh? Like it's like I'm being stopped right there, ish, or just getting distracted. Yeah, just any form of energy healing for others, like you could channel that. Don't have to, of course. Hmm. Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna use these, unveiling the golden age, and um. Hmm. All right. I'm like, there's no way I can shuffle these the way I was shuffling the other ones. All right. Source. Spirit guides. Group number 4. What are their abilities? Interesting. That is a weird card. Sorry. So we have 5 lineage. Blah 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 blah. Why can't I say that? Lineage. Number 21. With the lights collect in the world. Okay. Hmm. I'm like, not. You're definitely decisive because it's like, not that one. I'm like, okay, I guess. Um. Yep. Okay, that makes sense. 16, equalizing power, the tower. So it's like you don't even really have to do anything. Like, you just being you, you know? Um. Because it's definitely giving. It's, it's just given, man. Or lady, or they, them. humans. It's just given beings of be not afraid, but I will wreck your life in a nice way. I will wreck your life because I ain't got nothing but love. Which can be scary to some people. So many came out. Okay. One more. I don't. Oh! Excuse me. Oh, gee. Oh. So, what are these noises? Okay. We got, yeah, forward motion with 3 of light codes. There's definitely some chaos here. Like, there's chaos. Y'all are chaos, but it's chaos with love, and it's chaos, but with a purpose, right? Let's just keep saying forever. Let's just keep saying back and forth forever. So number 5, Hierophant. Hierophant, I don't know how to say that, honestly. Brutal honesty, I am definitely getting that now. The number 21, light. The lights collect with the world. That's 3, 7. We have 11 again here, 10. In it, but not of it. But my brain was also like, of it, but not in it. 38, geometric coherence, 3 portals. You stepped through a portal, equalizing power in the towers, so yeah. You're kinda like, your vibe, is like, it's just, you're just a walking, like, I said I was gonna say beacon of light, and I'm like, oh, yep, there she blars, beacon of light. And it kind of shakes things up for people. In a good way, in a way that is necessary. You might work with angels, and if you don't already, look into that, or just talk to them. Because it's definitely given that with all the wings, and now I'm just like, I should have put that together already, but I think that's how you might feel about it. However, it's one of those things where it's like you see it when you see it. You see it when you're meant to see it. You don't see it before that. So it's like, don't be hard on yourself. When you didn't yet, there's a reason for that, right? Like, so it's like you might work with angels consciously or unconsciously. If it was unconsciously and you wish to, like, talk to them, call upon them. They'll let their presence known 100%, like you feel it, and it's nice. It's nice. It feels like energetically, like someone that has your back. This tiger always just makes me like giggle because it's just so like round and but so serious, but also look at that. So you might see a lot of tigers, you might work with tiger spirit. Tiger spirit is like, yeah. tigers are cool. They're definitely very much like inner child healing. That's when it's popped up for me the most, is um, whenever like I needed inner child healing. That's when like tigers, like, man, I'm saying like a lot now. That's when tiger popped up a lot. For help with that. And I do see that here, even though there's some of this card that just doesn't sit with me. But that's alright. And I'm sorry if it doesn't sit with you either, because it's just with the faces. However, you're doing, and you have done, definitely generational healing. And with the Hierophant too, like this is giving whether you're conscious or unconscious of it, it's shaking up tradition. It's shaking up how things have always been. Because the Hierophant is tradition, and okay, and with the world, right? And I know these are your gifts that are like being uncovered, but that is what they're doing. And I think it's honestly you just being yourself and healing yourself, and your inner child, and it's making all these big drastic changes around you that you might be perceiving. It's you just coming into your power, and you just stepping in your power is like a big catalyst for change on a multi like dimensional level almost. And that one too, it's like they be going through a portal. I just realized that. And the Wheel of Fortune too. The Wheel of Fortune does talk about everything coming up like you type thing, where it's like everything will start going in your favor. Like, I think because of all of the work you seem to have done on yourself, and because of the effect that it is having just on the world, the great equalizer, like, there's a lot of wings here. And I think that's what it is. Like, you see things, right? It's like you're like, there's a lot of wings here, and it's almost like, okay, I get it now. It's like your ability, like the way it shows, it's like it's almost, yes, you get distracted. You seem like you get distracted, but you'll just notice something and you're like blah blah blah. And people are like, "What? Where did that even come from? What do you mean?" Like, you were just talking about something, and then all of a sudden you stopped, you spaced out, and then you said something so random that I'm like, where did that even come from? Um, that is, yes, a part of your gift, right? So it's like you'll zone out and you'll be like, you'll notice something, you're like, oh, and then it'll like one by one just kind of come together. Like, it's like that's what I mean. It's like you don't have to do anything, like, but it's you just gotta notice what it is, and that it's there, and then it just sends out like, what? Because I'm like, okay, that, and then it's like, because it sends out beacons of frequency, and I'm like, okay, that has nothing to do with these wings. Where did that come from? Like, hello? You know what I mean? Like, I hope you do. Because that's how it shows up. So it's almost like you get all these, like, pieces of a puzzle that's like backwards, forwards, and you're like, where do these fit? But like it will at a certain point. So I suggest, if you want to, like, get a notebook, and if you can remember to write these down, write them down, like type them in your phone, anywhere. I do think you'll actually remember these things when it's necessary, and the more you practice it, the more like coherent it will get. But like you'll just completely zone out, and then it'll just like into your head, and you're like, huh? Like it's like you forgot everything for a second there, and then like you just notice something, and it's kind of like that is giving you information and messages for either a next step in life, or where to go, or like an answer to a question that you had. Like, yes, I'm getting that too. It's like where it's like, if you are wanting an answer to a question, just ask out loud, and then you might forget about it, you might not, but at a random point in the day, it'll just like pop up in your head, and you'll be like, oh, or like you'll see something, and you'll be like, and think something after seeing that, read a specific thing, like, and you'll be like, oh my god, that's the answer to my question that I forgot that I had, type thing. Because I'm like, it's like, I feel like you could like read this like perfectly. Like this would make total sense to you, where it's like I see this, and it's like, it's kind of like you're in the middle here, and you're just going around, like, and these little things are speaking to you. Like it's almost like the stories that come to your, that you quote unquote make up, you're not making them up, like you're reading something. So it's like, because of that vivid imagination, when you look at something, and the way those things like start playing around and like bouncing around in your head, and like whatever like it's doing, like it's almost like when you look at images, like that image comes to life, and it's telling you a story even though it's a still picture. The way that I'm seeing it is like in Harry Potter, where like those portraits change and they move and stuff. Like that's like when I look at these photos long enough, like it's like they come alive and they tell me stuff. Um, and they tell me what they need to hear, and oh, okay, I see. So it's like, because it's like, well, what do you do with that, right? And it's like, yeah, you create from that. You create your own story. You can make, like, this is from a D&D like tarot deck, so it's like you can use that for that. Write a like, if that's what you want to, write your own novel, like write a kid's book, like create a hero's journey type thing. A comic book, anything, like a video game storyline, so many things. My hands are tingling too, so I'm definitely getting like energy work, energy healing. Like maybe I was stopped at the reiki, because maybe there's other ways you're already doing it. Because like, yeah, my hands are getting they're getting tingly and warm, so this is kind of showing you, well, it's showing me, so I can tell you that like that is something. Okay, let's see, is there anything else? Okay, I want to kind of see, because I feel like also like what are any physical gifts for my group 4s? Like, there's a rogue card in here. This is given rogue energy though. What is this rogue card? Alright. Okay. I thought I was going crazy for a sec. Heh. Heh. That's the 9 of Cups. That's wish fulfillment, my friend. That is, you just put your wishes out, and guess what? It happens. You're just like, I wish for a trip to Disney World, and then the next day, you find tickets to Disney World. Also, I'm feeling called to tell you, look up the law of assumption. It's one of those things where it's like, as long as you believe it enough, like, it'll just happen type thing. But I'd say just ask. Ask your guides, ask the universe, ask your higher self, ask Santa. Write a list to Santa, check it twice, and then send it out. I do believe that, like, what we say out loud does have more power. Like, you can think something over and over again, and yes, like, focus does create stuff, but there's something, for me, especially here, I'm like, this ain't working right now for some reason. Look up, wait, what was I talking? Anyway. There's a lot of redirection here, verbally, but yeah, I do believe, like, speaking it out loud, like, speaking what you want, speaking what is, speaking your desire. You're like, I want ice cream. It could just be as simple as that, right? And then you get ice cream. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. Maybe next week you get ice cream. Maybe even buy it yourself. But, like, you still manifested that ice cream. It doesn't always have to come out of thin air, right? That's, like, step 1. And then maybe at some point in time you can just, like, snap your fingers and program the universe that, like, you wanted ice cream and it just pops out of nowhere. Yeah, y'all very creative. So you're breaking cycles. Because you're breaking cycles, this'll, like, you'll be able to create, and, like, yeah, I'm saying create creative, like, stories, and but also, like, your reality, like, where you want to live, who you hang around with, like, the people that come into your life, right? Wow, there's a lot of that. Banish a curse, protection. So you are protected, right? That is one of your gifts, is, like, you are just inherently protected because who you are. And that's where those angels come in again, because they are highly protective. And this actually, you know what? Well, I mean, okay. I'm like Archangel Michael. However, like, he pops up all the time because everyone knows him. And he is the protector, and he is, like, boss man. He's not boss man, but who is speaking right now? I don't know if you watched Star and the Forces of Evil, but It's Star in the Force of the Good and Evil. This character reminds me of Star. But Gabriel seems to be in the background here. Like, this is given Gabriel. So yeah, you have protection. It's like you do have a posse or bodyguards or spirit bodyguards. Grounding. Okay. And confidence. So change for the better. The change that you wished for, the change that you want, the grounding is grounding. Oh, leadership. Very nice. Okay, one more. Give me one more. Okay. Alright, so yeah, it definitely seems like they're just like a lot of poo-poo energy. Before. Okay, I'm feeling goofy. So it just seems. I don't feel like I've been this goofy in the other ones, but we'll see what happens with Pal 3. Yeah, it seems like there's just been a lot of like just crap, right? Like a lot of crap vibes, a lot of crap energy that like you either cast away or pulled away from, or you know, actively got rid of it. And it's leading to like everything you ever wanted. And like the nine of like, because what this is like, I'm getting the Nine of Cups, there's like one person there, right? It's just one person. And then the Ten of Cups is like two people, or it's just like ultimate wish fulfillment. And or it's not wish fulfillment. Ten of Cups is like emotional satisfaction, like emotional fulfillment. Nine of Cups, it's more of like, oh look, the cup. So, oh yes, I know this isn't the cup, but this is the cup. For some reason, I'm like, that's for someone here. So Nine of Cups is manifesting. It's your manifestings. It's your manifestations coming true. Like it's like they're grounding. They're here. And you know what's interesting? I literally just put these down without even really thinking about it. Like, and I put that one in the middle, and that one was like in here. I don't even. How did that? I don't know how it got in here. I didn't question it. Don't question it. Just don't question it. You'll be like, how did this get here? You wish for a horse? You're gonna be like, how did this horse get into my house? Don't question it. It did, okay? That's your gifts. And I hope this is true for everyone that watches this. Because I want this for you. So yeah. Like you have, it's almost like you got the fast pass for some reason. Like you have a pass because of like all the work you've done and the banishing of the curse. The um okay. I'm gonna live here forever. We're okay. Who are you? Group 4? Because I'm gonna come and just live in a hut next to your house anyway, because the way you see things is just, it's hilarious. Like, hilarious. I keep laughing and I keep getting distracted because, like, everything's funny. And I can see now how you got through all of the crap. Like, you know, it's because of the mindset that you have. And then with the nine, I'm gonna go back now with the Nine of Cups here. Because I'm like, that's because I was like, why did this come out? But I'm like, that's another cup, so that's the 10 of cups, so that's like, yes, through your wishes, through your like, I want this, even though I don't know how this freaking donkey ended up in my backyard, like, even though I did wish for it, it will like give you this extra cup seemingly out of nowhere, and then it will create that 10 of cups, that ultimate like emotional fulfillment, no matter what it looks like. Mm-hmm. And you will create change through this for yourself and perhaps others. Through just being like, this is what I want, this is what I want, and this is what I want. Gimme. Universe, gimme. And it's like, yes, here you go. Thanks for walking through that door, making that choice, and having that confidence, and stepping into like your leadership role, and knowing that you are the one leading yourself to where you want to go. Right? Okay. And yeah, I think that's it. This is funny. I've never seen this and laughed the way I laughed today. So, thank you. Pile 4. You've definitely made me giggle, and I appreciate that. And I'm kind of scared to look what time it is to look at. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay. I'm zoning out now. But let me know how this resonated, and if you want to, let me know what you think. And I hope you liked it. Like and subscribe. And have a pleasant and hilarious morning, noon, evening, night, whatever time it is, wherever you're at, whoever you're at. I wish you the best. I truly do. And that's all I got. Please, if someone comes towards you on the internet is like, hello, I come to give you a reading, and like you think it's me, it ain't me. If I don't have to do anything extra, I won't, but if someone asks me, usually I will. I don't know. Okay, well, with that being said, I'm like, I don't know how to leave, but I'm gonna leave, and hopefully I will see you in the next reading. Bye bye.